Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the event. Apologies, it's taking slightly, I think about 30 minutes past Saturday. The first thing I would like to run through is the housekeeping. Before I get into that, I'll introduce myself. My name is Nonso Okoye, and I'm a member of the association, the National Association of Sea Dogs, running this program through one of our outlets, the World Trade Farm 7, and you probably have access to that on the website, where you can find details of what it's about and additional details of why we're here. So straight into the housekeeping. For in case you hear the fire alarms, you move through that place and you get to the muster point where we should all gather. Hopefully, we should. I don't know if anybody here has any medical conditions that you might need help with. I'm aware of one individual who I've talked to already. So if you need help, please let us know. We will help you get out. But the exit is through that door to the muster point, and please follow my lead as we exit. You hear the fire alarms. There is no drill planned for today, so if you hear it, it's a live fire incident, and please leave your whatever you come and exit. The toilets are, as you step out through the door, to your right, just in front of there, you will see the symbol, you will see the indications. If you need to help yourself, please make your way quietly out. The last thing which I would want to ask us, please, is if you've got your mobile phones on, please put them in vibrate or switch them off altogether if you can. It would be good if we all maintain a level of decorum and quiet so that we can hear those who are speaking, understand exactly the details of why we're here and what we want to discuss. And that would be very helpful. So everybody, you've got enough seats, please make yourself comfortable. The next thing on the agenda is the opening remarks by Dr. Chudi. Dr. Chudi is the president of Magna Carta, the chapter within which we operate as regards to this project and within this particular geographical location. He is the president of our association, the Magna Carta chapter. Dr. Chudi, please make your way forward. Thank you.
Very much also. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chukudi. I always like to shorten it as Chudi. Okay. So, like Loso has mentioned, this is our project. It's a presentation of our project on immigration between Nigerians who are called the Japanese. Some of you who understand the language will know Japan. So we named Japanese. Like we all know, migration is a journey that was old as humanity itself. I think every single one of us here in the room has one form of experience or the other. It offers a promise of a new opportunity while it also brings the pain of separation. Some of us came as students, some of us came for business or for whatever, but we left our families behind back home. And so in as much as there is that opportunity that it presents, it also presents that pain of leaving your family and your loved ones behind back home in Nigeria. So at Work 347, we recognize that every migration story is more than just statistics, not just the number, like we don't care. We can count the number of people that are in this room, but we can't count the impact with the opportunities or the pains that we're talking about. So it's not just the statistics. So it's a history woven in hopes, challenges, enduring family bonds. So our work goes beyond just that data collection. So we aim to use the findings to inform advocacy that may support migrant communities and the society in general. So through the Mind Gap project, we aim to explore the impact of the Nigerian Japa phenomenon on families divided between Nigeria and the UK. Our research aims to provide a comprehensive view of migrant experiences from the high hopes of intending migrants in the UK, I mean in Nigeria, to the challenges that they often face while here in the UK. So not just the physical challenges, but also the emotional challenges as well, because that is where the bulk of the issues lie. Not just the physical. I mean, people come here to look for accommodation, how to open bank account, how to renew visas. So it's not just the physical, but also the emotional trauma that comes with it. So together, we hope to use this what our hand in the outcome of the project to impact positively and contribute to a new, a more inclusive and comprehensive society. So what we're aiming to do that, whatever the data that we have collected, and we'll use that to maybe, I mean, I can see some people from the Nigerian community here. I can see others from the maybe High Commission and all that. So there's a lot of research going on about JEPA, about migration. So what we're hoping to do is whatever research that we have carried out, well, beginning with our assembly here, we will use that to make positive and a sustainable impact on both the individuals and the society where we find ourselves. If you go on our website, the speech is actually longer, but because of time, because you can see we wasted a little time in setting up and starting. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just leave it at that, and then please sit back and enjoy yourselves while we prepare our presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chukwudi. As mentioned, additional details you can find on the website. The next item really on our program is a little bit more in-depth view on the actual activities of the program we're undertaking. And that will be done by another Chukwudi. It's a coincidence, but that's another Chukwudi. Chukwudi is the head and of the program itself in terms of this particular Japanese. He has structured the process, how we've gone about it, the research methodologies we use, constituted the team that had initiated the process and kind of carrying on through it. Chukwudi, if you can make your way forward, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. We understand when you invite people to come for your events, it's a great honor if they do turn up. So I have to say thank you very much for turning up today. What we're doing today is in two phases, really. There are these things we do because we all know what today is. Today is International Women's Day. And to mark the International Women's Day, every year we have what we do. We have a program we run where we recognize the women and where we try to delve into issues that surround women and in some cases what roles we can play towards the advancement of women. Last year we did an event which we called Equalizing Inequalities, the role men can play, where we had women that came in and they did some presentations and around careers, around mentoring and all. We did last year, and this year we are continuing with that, but I will tell you how we are continuing with that shortly. Then on the other side, we do another series that we run that we call the Japanese series. Last year, we did the first series, which was about the effect of drug, alcohol, and other substances on Japanese, on immigrants. And in doing that, we had people that made presentations as well. And from the fallout of the presentations that were made, and from the fallout of the things that continued afterwards, we decided to do a deep dive into the impacts of immigration and the impact of what we call Japanese, what we call Japan. I'm sure people would understand that with time. We decided to do a deep dive in the event that we had Mind the Immigration Gap. Now, the reason for that event is because from the series I said we've done before to this point, we've come to identify, at least anecdotally, that there is a gap between the expectations and the realities. And in doing that deep dive, we're trying to find the real impact of immigration, again, on women and families in terms of separation and all that. So what we're doing today is creating a confluence point between these two, our series on immigration and our series on women. And in the event today, you will see when we will call out some women that have worked with us in the program we do. And then we're going to give them awards for what we call their contributions towards the attainment of a just and equal society. So that would be the first part of what we will do. And then when we do that, we'll have one of the women talk to us about the works that they do in terms of mentorship, both for people online and for people here. And then afterwards, on the second part, we'll do our roundtable discussions. Now, the roundtable discussions will be purely around, the thesis for what our study is going to be. So while I wouldn't want to take your time so much, I know I've taken a bit already, but I just wanted you to understand what we're trying to do here today. And in the real sense of it, we are hoping from this project, from this study, we would be able to get the real facts about what those gaps are, and then try to provide platforms and avenues to bridge those gaps. So once again, thank you very much, and you're welcome.
You probably noticed we're trying to move the microphone because the power was reacting to it. So when it was speaking, trying to turn around and pick up the sound. So just give us a few minutes and put that away. The next item will be the awards. We've had a few programs in the past, and we've not really had the opportunity to say thank you to some of the women who have supported similar programs that we've done in the past. I want to use this opportunity to do that. So that will be the next program on the item. While we get ready for that, I would like to ask Mr. Patrick to please come over and help us present their works to the ladies that will be looking to recognize today for the support they've given us through this process. Mr. Patrick, please. Mr. Chudi, I would like you to come back, please.
Which one did you?
Thank you very much. So it's a little token, it's not a lot. It's just really showing recognition, saying thank you, because a lot of the stuff we do, and I think we've said this over and over again, it becomes our activity, it's something we keep repeating. But it couldn't have been possible without some of the women who are either partners, members, or not even related to members of this association, but constantly are there when we call them to come and give us support. Unfortunately, we've kind of fallen short in the past, as it were, to show recognition of just carrying on with these events. But we've come to a realization that this is something we need to now do. And we want to say thank you to you as you come up and receive the plaques. It's not really the plaques themselves, it's the appreciation and the way we really feel about the effort you've given us. Without yourselves, a lot of this won't be possible. Today is International Women's Day, and some of them, these ladies will also be contributing to this event. Our association is mostly a male association, and without your support, we couldn't possibly have done this. So thank you very much. And please, if you hear your names, step up and come and receive your plaque. And if the lady is not here and the husband or your friend is here, please step up and receive it on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Like you said, what we're doing today is to give honor to whom honor is due. And like I said earlier, no matter what we try to do, because we try to just be, we just try to start these things and then let people drive it. And without those people driving it, we wouldn't be able to do anything or achieve anything. So I'm going to call the first person. The person I'm going to call delivered a presentation last year on International Women's Day around the topic equalizing inequality, the role that men should play. That person is Mrs. Izebua Okonia. Because I wouldn't want her to blow her own trumpet, I will blow it for her. Mrs. Izebua Okonia is a London-based lawyer, has over 25 years of international experience in the telecoms and energy sectors. A deep passion for corporate strategy, coaching, and mentoring has been instrumental in building high-performance teams. As an associate and mentor with WIMBIZ, she actively inspires and empowers women and men to succeed professionally and personally. Izebua's dedication to her family as a loving wife and a mother of 3 is a testament to her personal values. And added to that, her value has been added to us on Work 347 NASMA Nakata. And that's why we're giving her this award today. Thank you very much. The second person I want to call is someone very dear to us in so many ways. Again, she played a leading role in what we did last time. She presented a paper on that same event, which, like I told you, we've made an annual event now. We're hoping we'll run with it. When we went to them to tell them to make those presentations, we told them we sometimes feel we know everything, but then we find out we don't know anything. And anybody that was present at that time at the event last year, we all went away realizing that we didn't know anything. And then we hope to know more, so we'll still be calling them in the future. Now, Mrs. Gladys Briggs, who is the next person I'm calling, is an associate in pure maths at Cardiff University. Now, I will do another trumpet. Like I said, she's an associate in pure maths at Cardiff University International Studies Center with a passion for fostering academic excellence and inspiring the next generation leaders. Mrs. Briggs, also an advocate for gender equality, mentors women of minority ethnic background to take up opportunities available in STEM education and careers. She's here with us today, and we thank you.
Another round of applause for I just like having some of the qualifications. I was picking up my boots. We've got a legal practitioner of very high standard, and we've got somebody in pure maths, pure, not pure maths, not fake one. So very, very pleased for the support you guys are giving us. We're expecting a few, 200 ladies. They actually stuck in traffic, traveling from quite some distance. And when they come, we will take a kind of an interview, as it were, to present their works. We kind of made a decision to do that when they are here. So bear with us. We will proceed with the program, and we'll make that interjection at the right time to award them. Something else, if you're the eagle-eyed among you would have noticed, Dr. Patrick was actually did the first presentation. And at the second point, he was excused to step back because somebody felt he wasn't worthy. And I started wondering why. So I asked the question, and it turns out our associate in pure maths is actually the wife of Dr. Patrick. So you can imagine the kind of discussions that will be going on behind closed doors when an associate in pure maths and a doctor interact. Anyway, that's what I like to know. Thank you very much, everyone. I want to use this opportunity to call up kind of get into the details of why we're here. And if you bear with me, I'd like to call up Mr. Isi Meme Momodu. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I don't, I didn't apologize. Please, no. I will let him do his introduction because I've been told a few things, but I'll let him do those introductions himself and then move into his speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Simeme Momodu. I'm a dual qualified solicitor. I'm a fellow of the International Society of Diplomats and an ambassador of the International Society of Diplomats. The topic is quite an interesting one. Like he said, I like when they say Japanese, because we Nigerians who reside in diaspora have realized that from 2019 about there has been an increase in the massive exodus from Nigeria to the West, and a lot of people have been grossly misinformed as to the ability of different routes. Unfortunately, are limited in scope as to how well they can make that move of migrating from Nigeria to the UK and the options available. So we put together just to summarize slides as to explain what exactly and how the process would ordinarily happen, and it would be easily understood. So could you go to the next slide, please? Right. So, like I said, the presentation explores the pathways for skilled Nigerians to migrate to the UK. Now, these pathways for migration are numerous. A lot of people, I know most of us here have heard about the pathway of certificates of sponsorship, popularly called COS. That's the most popular pathway. A lot of people are aware. Unfortunately, a lot of our friends, family and associates have lost monies to fraudulent and fictitious agents that sell these opportunities. But that having been said, doesn't make it the only way. Next slide. Yeah. The reasons why we encourage or support migration into the United Kingdom, as we know, we have a stronger economy, a better job market here, the quality of the education system here, and the policies for immigration for skilled workers are better in comparison from where we're coming from. These are the benefits of migrating to the UK, because we have a huge diaspora Nigerian community here to give us that support. Now, these are the routes I spoke about earlier. They are more than the regular route that people seem to think about. Now, the student route is the first route which most people will take to come for undergraduate studies. Now, the student route is broken into two. There's the undergraduate student route and there's the postgraduate student route. Now, both routes are lately, the laws have been changed. That now, you cannot, if you are coming on either of the student routes, you cannot come with your dependents unless you are a research student. So if your course of study is taught and not research, you are not entitled or eligible to come with your dependents. So this is a fact that a lot of people are not aware of. So they might go ahead and pay for either the student routes, postgraduate or undergraduate. But the fine point of being able to bring your dependents only for research courses. A lot of people may not be aware of that, so I want to point that out here. Now, for the work routes, like I said earlier, the skilled worker routes, the health worker routes, global talent, innovators, and startup visa. Now, the most popular is the health worker route, which we hear about. Now, the reason is because the cost is less. Now, for every other route, for skilled worker, global talent, innovator, startup, and scale up, there is a charge. It's called the immigration health surcharge. Now, that's the standard charge by the UK government for all immigration services. However, that charge is waived for health workers. So it makes it more attractive for people who want to migrate because the immigration health surcharge is charged per year. And it ranges from 700 to 1,000 pounds a year. For the health worker routes, that is waived. That particular charge is waived. Then skilled workers routes, you are employed and sponsored by an employer, which gives a limited scope for you to operate. What that basically means that you are limited to work with your employer. You can only have 20 additional hours to work for another but not similar employer. Now, one of the challenges for the skilled workers route is that the employers, there's a salary gradient that you need to meet to be able to come under that route. Now, for the health worker, that really more or less doesn't exist. Now, global talent is interesting. I think I'll speak more on global talent. A lot of people are not aware of the global talent. In my opinion, and this is my personal opinion, the global talent is the easiest visa route to migration. It is the easiest because we are all talented in our own ways. However, it is the hardest because very few people have taken advantage of their talent to be able to prove it. So the global talent, as a practicing solicitor, I enjoy advising and guiding clients to go that route because you are your own sponsor. You are not eligible, you are not tied to anybody. No one can actually, you are your own sponsor. I think that's the safest summary of it. Now, so same thing with the innovator and startup visa is similar condition with the global talent. Now, these options are extremely popular, but because they cost more in the terms that the individual applicant needs to invest in themselves and be able to provide the requisite verifiable information that will be presented to the Home Office. That is where the cost lies. Now, with the innovators visa, you need to have a startup in the UK to be able to provide services in the UK as a startup, and your idea is unique and novel. We are in the world today is a global village, so a lot of things that are unique today are usually tech related. Now, children nowadays, they write code. They are very dexterous with social media. Now, that is another opportunity that we could exploit and explore. But again, like I said, the expense is now in capacity building. Other than paying money to a third party, you need to invest in yourself to be able to deliver on these routes. And they are more certain, they are more straightforward than the other routes that have become popular and are more or less limited in scope because the regulations every year, and we are aware that in April the laws will change again. And when the laws change, more often than not, the laws impose more restriction on immigration than liberalizing the immigration route. So I usually would guide clients to these. Now, the healthcare workers visa is for doctors, nurses, care workers, and allied health professionals. I'll elaborate what an allied health professional is. An allied health professional basically are care workers and support workers who do not officially have training as doctors or nurses do, but they provide ancillary services in the health industry. They are usually sponsored by health care institutions in the UK, and the reason why, like I said, it's popular is because their fees are lower and the process is faster because there's the high need of care workers in the UK. So, now, the skilled worker visa requires you to have a job offer from an employer in the UK with a sponsorship license. Now, there's a salary threshold for skilled worker visas. Now, that salary threshold must be met. It's not negotiable. And the various professions that require that, like I said earlier, are IT, finance, mostly IT, finance and engineering, because more and more people today make use of virtual internet and virtual space. A lot of businesses make huge returns and pay massive taxes, and they do not have physical presence. There's something, I don't know if you're aware of, drop shipping, where you don't need to own a shop to be able to buy and sell. So there are a lot of opportunities that are bound for skilled workers in society. Now, global talent, I will spend a little more time here. I encourage people to take this on. We naturally cannot build wealth as employees. Business owners are better positioned to grow and build wealth. Now, if you are coming into the United Kingdom or apply to stay in the United Kingdom under the Global Talent and Business Visa, the opportunities that are there are bound. There are a lot of grants and startup facilities that are available for the proper industry and skill sets to take advantage of. Now, the Global Talent Visa are for science, tech, and arts and academicians. Now, let me break it down. If you are a fashion designer, if you are an artist, painter, sculptor, if you are a DJ, if you have a skill and a talent and you can prove the level that your skill you have attained in your skill, that's one of the requirements, one of the most important requirements for the Global Talent Visa. So that's why I say it's more expensive because you need to invest in yourself, but it's an investment that is yours for a lifetime, other than paying out monies for third parties. Then the essence of the business visas, in my opinion, is that a lot of times we are worried about starting a business. We are scared about the challenges that come with owning businesses. But fortunately, for me, in my opinion, a business owner, whenever you start and you get it wrong, you have learned what not to do the next time. So I encourage people to start, make the mistake. When you fail the first time, you know what you've done wrong now, so you know what not to do again. And gradually you will build your capacity and your business will grow. I insist when I say we can't build wealth as employees, because whoever is paying you obviously has more than you to be able to afford to pay you. So I encourage clients to take advantage of these routes for migration. Now, the family route is pretty much self-explanatory. Either a spouse or a partner, for those who are married or in civil partnership, From Nigeria, we usually do not, we have it's illegal. Same-sex relations are illegal in Nigeria. However, they fall within the spouse and partner visa route. So officially, we do not encourage that where we are from, but that doesn't mean I will not add it to what is obtainable here. Now, for a spouse and partner visa route, the primary applicant who is sponsoring his spouse or partner must have status in the UK to be able to sponsor, which means effectively you are bringing in someone or sponsoring someone to be on the status you have, if that makes any sense. So you can't sponsor more than the status you have. For instance, if you are sponsoring someone and you have a limitation on as to your stay in the UK, if you meet the requirements, that person cannot have more than you have officially as on your stay. Now, the dependent visa is an opportunity that needs to be elaborated. Let me explain that a bit. Family members of skilled workers or students, it's not as open-ended as it appears. Like I said, for students, if you are undergoing a course that is taught, not research-based, you're not entitled to have dependents. Yes, your course of study must be research-based. So either postgraduate, PhD, it must be research-based to be able to sponsor. Then for skilled workers, you must fall within a particular catchment area that enables you to be able to sponsor a dependent. Now, the ancestry visa, a lot of people may not be aware about this ancestry visa. Basically, like it says on the slide, it's for those with UK-born grandparents. In essence, I don't know if we've heard about Windrush. Have we heard about Windrush? Yes. Windrush is this. Windrush is the ancestry visa, where because of the rules and laws that were in place then, a lot of ancestors who had the rights, as it was then, for British nationality, but they didn't take advantage of it at that time, their descendants are entitled to apply and take advantage of the benefits that the ancestors failed to take advantage of. It's quite technical, but that's also another route to settlement. So I know, like you rightly said, we've all heard about Windrush, but we may not understand exactly what Windrush is. Windrush is one of the ancestry visa routes. Now, I spoke about this investor routes, asylum and humanitarian protection. Very good. A lot of people have the unfortunately, erroneous impression that asylum is easy. It's very hard. You need to be able to prove to the Home Office more now than before that, for instance, I'll paint a scenario. If you are relocating, if you say you are relocating from, let's say, IPOB, you are relocating from the eastern part of Nigeria for fear of reprisals based on IPOB, you need to prove that your relocation from the eastern part of Nigeria to the northern part of Nigeria or the western part of Nigeria would not secure you, that you had to travel from Nigeria to the United Kingdom to be able to be eligible for asylum. It's very technical. There are a lot of countries between Nigeria and the UK. You have to prove why you didn't choose any of those countries to settle with before you ended up here. So if you are not able to express that, asylum applications now more than ever will be refused for these reasons, because you are not able to adequately provide the evidence and reason why between Nigeria and the UK, you are not able to find safe haven and you have to end up here. That doesn't mean asylum applications do not go through. Every application is given and considered on its own merits. So I always encourage clients to be forthcoming with their information and allow the solicitor who is handling the matter to advise accordingly. British nationality through naturalization is self-explanatory. You must have met with the requirements for naturalization. There's something that a lot of people may not be aware. If you are married to a British national or you have settled status from the EU, you are entitled to settlement in 3 years. However, the law says that for you to get indefinite leave to remain, which is the basis for which you apply for settlement, you must have been in the UK for 5 years. Which means even though you are eligible in 3, you must remain there for 5 years. It's basically an extension. I don't know if we are all aware about what our sister Kemi Baden said when she wanted to extend it to 15. That was a joke because you are extending it to 15, meaning you're adding 12 years to the 3-year rule, where an individual is eligible in 3 years. So you want him to stay here for 12 years to be able to take advantage of them, what he was eligible to get is 3. So that is, like I said, the law will change, but unfortunate that our own sister would be the one to say that was very interesting for me to learn that she would say that. So yeah, the British nationality through naturalization after settlement is also we need to be careful. If we have anyone who has acquired status for indefinite leave to remain, in the course of acquiring indefinite leave to remain, we should try as much as possible to keep out of trouble. Because if you have ever had a custodial sentence means that you've been found guilty of a crime and you've been sentenced to incarceration of any tenure. No, up to 12 months. You will never ever get that. You will be entitled to live in the UK, but you will never get a passport. You will be statute barred from getting a passport. So I would advise to keep our nose clean, try and do the needful. I don't know if we are aware, the British passport is not a right. It is a privilege that can be withdrawn by the Home Office at any time. Your nationality in the UK is a right if you were born here to British parents. The passport is not a right to anybody in the UK. It's a privilege that can be withdrawn. And the condition for even extending that privilege has been extended to the point whereby if you have had a custodial sentence, you are not entitled to that privilege. So if you are a national, you will stay, but the British passport you will not get. I know that we would all like to, having put in the work and time, we would all like to acquire the passport as proof of the effort. So I would advise we just try and keep our nose clean. It's not that hard and it's also not that easy, but let's get people out of trouble and then take advantage of naturalization after settlement. Like I said, the UK offers a lot of pathways for skilled Nigerians to migrate, whether through education, employment, or family sponsorship. Choosing the right path, I always encourage people to talk to solicitors. We, as Nigerians, don't like to pay for service. We like to ask advice. So you ask your friend who will tell you his brother's friends, auntie, sister's cousin did it like that. I don't encourage that because a lot of times they don't tell you the truth. In my career, I have had clients who come in and they've been advised by people who say, this is how I did it. And when you actually look at the facts, whatever they were told, the law does not allow that to happen. So even though someone is advising you, this is the route I took, seek the advice from a solicitor who will tell you what the law says. Again, the rules that were in application in 2022 are not in application in 2025. So if someone tells this is what I did in 2022, you rest assured you cannot do that again today. The rules change every year. Every year. So before we take a decision on migration, before we take a decision on sponsorship of any form, we need to seek professional advice. We need to take guidance. Sometimes, most times, these advice are given to us with good and positive intentions, but they don't know any better. I've had in the past week a few people who have unfortunately had to leave the UK because they were ill-advised as to the routes to follow. And they put in the wrong applications, which were obviously denied. And unfortunately, when you put in an application, you are within the Home Office radar. So they are mercy when and how they choose to remove you from the country when your application fails, if your application fails. I would rather you take your time, dot your I's, cross your T's to make an application and get it right the first time than try and follow up with multiple applications that will fail. The UK is an interesting place to live. I know it's not as warm as Nigeria. We are used to the weather in Nigeria. And, I don't think any of us will ever get used to the cold here and the depressing gray. But it has a lot of opportunities. I like to always see the cup as half full and not half empty. So as much as the challenges exist, the benefits also exist. Migration to the UK, in my opinion, is an opportunity that we should encourage for the benefits that we have identified on the slides, and we should always take time out to seek professional advice before we take these life-changing decisions. Thank you.
To retrospectively give some background on this. I was hoping he would go into some detail, but he didn't. I think from what we've seen, very well put together presentation, and I'll pick up a few points as well, which he has mentioned. But before I do that, I'm going to try to summarize your background. I think is it okay if I call you a doctor? You're a doctor.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you are, behind the echelons of the study field, which is just presented to us. He's a respected legal expert with over 17 years of practice experience. He's a fellow of the College of Diplomatic Studies and acts as an ambassador and special emissary for the International Society for Diplomats. His work includes immigration law, of course, as we've seen, showing a strong dedication to client satisfaction. I think that has been quite visible in the key points he was trying to raise, making this presentation. His service, the key point on which his service is anchored is client satisfaction. He holds an LLB from the University of Benin, studied at the Nigerian Law School, and received a postgraduate diploma in psychology. He has been awarded a doctorate from the USA and is a member of several important legal organizations. Some of those, I think, what mentioned is the Solicitors Regulatory Authority of England and Wales, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, and the International Bar Association. So thank you very much, Mr. It goes without saying, though, that the quality of information we've been receiving today, both from members of the association, from speakers that we've called in, and we have one lady who will be coming very soon, is really, really good. We've got people who understand and who are properly grounded in the backgrounds of what they are talking about. And this really, for us, is the prelude into the project for which we are gathered here today. Some of the key points which he picked up, and I think we'll talk about that in the roundtable. He talked about work, trying to set up a business versus working. And it reminds me of something which, and this is quite personal to me, something which my dad actually said to me. he asked me, why do you think it's called work? You know, because sometimes you kind of complain, I'm tired, I can't get up. And why is it called work? It's called work for a purpose. You go there to work, you don't go there to play. That's really what it's about. And whenever you go for an interview, and I think this is one of the things you're talking about, you're selling yourself, you're selling a service. Okay, you're trying to get, in your mind, you're trying to get a job. For the business, it's a trade by barter. You're trying to sell a service. And they're going to offer you a salary on which they will make a profit. Okay, if you kind of look at the bigger picture, each and every individual within that business is contributing to the overall profit of that organization. So if you ask for, say, £10, and the business needs to make £2, and the turnover on your head is £10, they will offer you £8. So that keys into the fact that you can't necessarily work for someone and expect to be a millionaire. You understand what I mean? So you need to think about making your own business. Very, very good point to touch. A bit of a tangent on this, but very, very important. He also touched about the same-sex marriage, and I thought it's quite important, and that will kind of clarify what he's trying to say here. Within the climes of this society, obviously, it's the law, it's recognized, it's a protected characteristic. I think that's the word you used. And what Dr. Isomeme was trying to refer to is also the same-sex marriage prohibition act. I did a Google at the background while I was there, by the way. So these are not my texts. I'm not that smart, but I just did a quick Google to kind of pick that up. And this law was passed by the Senate in 2011, the House of Reps in 2013, and signed into law in 2014. So the disparity in the law, and correct me, Dr. Isomeme, the disparity in the law from Nigeria and the UK is why it's possible for, I guess, people in that relationship to come here and follow that route because it's protected. Thank you very much. And then finally, it's about seeking the right advice. And again, all of this will be talked about in the roundtable. Many a time we hear people say, somebody tell me, say, so person talk, say, information is available these days. You can go on the internet, do your research, you can ask around and get professionals that can actually guide you in the right direction on what to do. So this is really, really very important. In my opinion, probably one of the most important things we've heard today. But I'll leave that to the experts, of which Dr. Isomeme will be part of when they gather down here and we'll talk around some of these key points. Close to our next speaker, someone who has been introduced before, someone who received one of our thanks today, and someone who's actually been part of our journey and has supported us so many times when we have these events. And that is Mrs. Izebua Okonia. Because of background about yourself, otherwise I'll have to do it again.
Everyone. Okay, so I've only come to talk in my capacity as a passionate mentor. My learned colleague, good to hear this topic, which people get confused about when they come to the country. So hopefully during the roundtable, we can talk more about it. So I've been asked to talk about mentoring. I'm a lawyer by background. My day job is lawyering, but my passion is mentoring. I'm mentoring women and people that are looking into business, trying to establish themselves in leadership positions. So just to give you a background about that. And for anybody that is interested in getting any form of mentoring, whether you want to understand how to navigate this country, these are topics I talk about a lot. How to build yourself as a woman leader, whether it's industry or business, these are things that I work on. And I'm also part of an organization called WIMBIZ. I'm not sure if you are familiar with that. It's called Women in Business and Management. It's a Nigerian organization, but it's spread across various locations, especially in the UK. So WIMBIZ were into building women that want to start up their businesses to the point of Mr. Isomeme. How do you build up your business if you want to be part of the board of directors? How do you build up your board capacity? And then how do you rise in organizations. So I'll send the link to the group, and it can be shared across for both women and men, but largely women. That's who we're targeting, to give confidence, your ability to break the glass ceilings that they talk about. Really, it's about how you develop yourself. And then if you're in the workplace, whether or not you want to rise in the workplace or you want to establish a business, obviously starting a business is quite difficult, but with the tools that you get from mentoring, with the coaching and then leadership development, you're able to do your business. So that's what I wanted to share in a nutshell. And opening it up for questions, because obviously I'm not sure to what extent you're interested in mentoring, but do you have any questions on what? Like I mentioned, it's called Wendy's. Do you have any questions on what mentoring may be and how you can participate? And you're looking at me with a lot of focus, so I'm going to ask you. I don't feel shy at all to ask a question.
I don't know. I think it's a good idea what you're saying, what you're doing for women, because I was just thinking about it. There's a lot of women require or we need mentoring. I'm telling myself, I'm in broadcasting and I'm wondering why haven't I heard about you guys? Because I'm the publicity secretary for the Central Association of Writers in the UK. So that's why I was wondering why haven't I heard about you? So we could have introduced you to the community, and of course, because there are a lot of women who require mentoring, and a lot of people are coming through this means, because the jackpot thing, and they're finding it really difficult to make a living and help them with their families and build support network around them. We could talk business, but what about the support network for women?
That's a very important question. Let me talk about the Wendy's in the UK. It was just last year that we started the first meeting edition in the UK. Another one is coming in June. So I'll get the contact details, I'll pass it on to you. So yes, we talk about business and personal development and workplace. But in terms of families and managing the transition, that's one thing I take as my own personal project.
Yes.
To let people know how to manage the transition, because I relocated for a job with 3 children, 2 of whom have special needs. So I speak a lot about that. How do you manage the transition, both with education, healthcare, social care? So if anybody has any questions on that, they know how to contact me. I'm always ready to pick up the phone to have that conversation. So I partner with some medical practitioners and we do a podcast. There's one called Early Intervention Matters. So we talk about things like that. How do you manage the fact that you come in and then you have to do so many things, and then you want to try and keep your head down and not look like a crazy person where you're going to work and trying to balance it all. So I'm always a phone call away. I can drop anything I'm going to have a conversation, because if you don't talk about it and you don't realize that you have a support network around you, you can break that. Yeah. And so for me, it's very important that we talk to each other. One of the things that has been an eye-opener here is the ability to talk. Back home, you just want to present a facade of your in control. That's not the way. So I think here it actually encourages people to talk about the issues that they're facing. Because when you talk, somebody can give you an answer.
Yes.
And I don't know if you all understood that back home, you can't tell anybody that this is where it's pinching you. You feel like whether you're not stepping up, you're failing, or you don't want a stigma. Let's remove all of those things. Let's destigmatize things and talk about issues. If you're having challenges with mental health, depression, or you're struggling to even get a job, or whatever it is, let's form a committee where we can have those conversations so that we can all be collectively whole. So, like I said, I can leave my number and we can always have a conversation about that. And the podcasts that we're running on these different issues, right? Whatever it is that we'll find the right person, we have the conversation with. Any other questions? Okay. We're going to be part of the roundtable, so we can talk to them, but I just wanted to introduce that, and I'll send the details. I didn't send it in advance, but everybody can get them.
Yeah, thank you very much. When you talk about mentoring and you talk about mentoring women, how can an organization like ours work with your organization. All around. Increase quality, increase the scope. How can we work with you to
So, like, there's a partnership team, an outreach team. What I would do is to make up, I don't know if it's general secretary, link up with them. Like I mentioned, there's another event in London. It's in June. I'll pass on that information so that members can attend. And at least listen in and see what exactly it is that you can provide. In terms of partnerships, to introduce you to the coordinators. And like I said, there are women, they have male sponsors and male allies, but the women are mostly in Nigeria, but spread across, and we're trying to expand the scope to different jurisdictions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk today. I was just wondering, are you aware or have you come across a young cultural constant do you come across those barriers?
That's why I talked about let's not put that aside from all is well, it's well. I'm strong. I'm not, let's do this, let's remove those. And we talk about the real issue. So yes, that's the cultural barriers are there. We need to figure out how to make sure that we don't feel like we're failing our culture by expressing our humanity. These are common issues, right? And mentoring provides you with a safe space to talk, and it's confidential, by the way. If you have a mentor, it's a confidential relationship. Nothing comes out of that conversation to a third party. So you could just speak and say, look, this is where it's hurting, this is how I'm feeling. I don't know how to make a decision, or there's so many things going around in my brain, I can't even think straight. So a mentor, a coach, or a trusted third party can help you to unravel these things. I don't know if you've ever seen this picture of somebody talking to the next person, and in their brain they have a jumbled mass. The top person that they're talking to is making it a straight line. You know that it's like it's a ball of wool, and you're just bringing. So that conversation can allow you to say, I'm just coming, I'm not going to pour myself out. Because that person is removed from the situation, they can help you plan and think through what you're going through. That culture of saying, I want to be so strong. To whose help, right? And I think where I even had more of a paradigm shift was during the pandemic, because everybody was going through the same thing. So nobody can feel like they are better or worse. We were all on that lockdown, all dealing with the same thing. So you now realize that we're all human. So CEOs, entry level, everybody was there in pajamas, lockdown. So you can see that everybody has an issue, right? So let's remove those cultural weights. You know, they say all those weights that are holding you down, that don't allow you to progress. Talk to somebody, find a trusted group, and then with the mentoring, mentors, people that are assigned as mentors, that tried and tested to be sure that these people can actually add value to you and be a safe space and help you to develop whatever it is. And the mentorship does not have to be coming on any. So when we have mentors, we establish people that you tell them, okay, these are the different things that the mentees are needing. They will only assign a person that is the right fit, right? So you get a good fit. And if it's not working, you can always try another mentor. But I hope I've answered your question. Let's remove the cultural barriers, and people should learn to talk and find a trusted source. And don't feel an issue, because everybody has an issue, right?
Maybe just lastly, within the last 5 years or so, majority of the people who Nigerians who came to the UK and were probably through university, either coming to study or COS. I don't know if you have your group or any association between such university students where, because the rate is high, where you see people having, mental health issues seriously because of the challenges that they face when they come here. So I don't know if you have such group or association with universities.
Not on the top of my head, but I can visualize a young woman that has just gone to university, that does mentoring for university students. What I can do is to connect with them and see what they can do. So that's good. I think what would be very helpful for this community is to maybe itemize different pockets that we need to address. So we talk about women, we talk about family, we talked about, workplace businesses, and then now the youth, because there's a different generation. And the demands on the youth now is different from ours. So I think the most difficult thing that they're struggling with now is identity. Who are they? Where do they want to go to? And how do they express themselves freely? Especially when you're thinking about our culture, which is conservative, and in this environment, which is less conservative. So that's a good topic. I can already see the person that I'll be that student mentor. I'll reach out to them and I'll come back to you. Any more questions? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much. That was really good. We are probably going to take a break. We're probably going to take a break, but before we do that, I must apologize. I wish to mention the presence of Rose Graham, who is here with us. Rose has been very integral in sharing, broadcasting what we're doing here today. And she will obviously be part of our panelists, and she'll have an opportunity to introduce herself. So thank you very much, Rose. Apologies for skipping you originally. It's been a bit of a, but thank you very much for being here. So we will take a 15-minute break. The time currently is 10 to 12. So we'll be looking, 10 to 12. Apologies. I was looking at the time and I thought the minute hand was 10 minutes to 12. But that's very, very bad of me. But I passed my GCSE primary. So it's 10 minutes to 4. We will be back here at 5 minutes past 4. So please make your way. There will be some refreshments, by the way, that should be coming in shortly. But feel free to interact with one another, go use the loo, get some fresh air. But let's aim to be back here at 5 minutes past 4, please. Thank you very much.
I can't join mass classes.
Freshman, how wonderful.
Take what I want. Thank you very much. EDS, I'll keep quiet. And ask me now.
I think you might not. Ladies and gentlemen, can we begin to make our way to our seats? Please, those in the corridor, can we begin to make our way to our seats, please? Please. We'll give it a few more minutes for people outside to come in, and then we start at 4:10. Don't see it all. Well, that's okay. I will encourage those still outside to please make their way in, so we can all be seated and get the program back on course with regards to time. The next activity we have is the round table. And the round table essentially is a panel that will discuss some of the key points we raised today. You'll have an opportunity to field questions, and we'll also have a moderator that would kind of guide and provide a framework for that as well. So I'm going to proceed with calling those who will form members of the panel. This will be an interactive session again. So please listen in, contribute, and ask your questions and feel free to ask questions basically. Just let's get a bit collaborative. I would like to mention, and we missed this originally, that this event is kind of going on in parallel with another cohort in Nigeria from our sister branch. We call them DECs, Hawkins DEC in Lagos. So we have another group of members of the National Association of Sea Dogs running this same panel, this same event in Lagos. They have, the way it's been structured is that it's independent of what we're doing here. But ultimately, they're going to form part of our panel discussion. We have members who have the project manager of that deck join us in our discussions. We would also have a Nollywood film director by the name of Lancelot Emmanuel also join us and kind of give his contributions to that. And I would also want to use the opportunity to recognize Godwin Odusami, who was the president of the Nigerian Students Association in the UK, and currently the convener of the Hope Movement. So Godwin is sat here with us and has, please give your hand to him. Thank you very much. We had a chance during the break, and we'll be looking at opportunities where we can also kind of collaborate with yourself and the association and make it, kind of hopefully get some positive out of it. So thank you very much for placing this occasion. New information reaching us, as they say. We have Rose Graham here, who I've introduced originally, the president of KANU, and I'll leave Rose to explain and tell us about KANU. Some of us understand are members of that platform, but for those unaware, Rose will explain that. So the president of the association has actually provided some information which you would like to share with us. So Rose, please come and get the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be here. Okay, I guess the last time I was my dad was like this was 4 years ago.
Yes.
Before that, it was 2019. So it's so good to see everyone once again. One, and secondly, like my brother here said, the publicity secretary for the Central Association of Nigerians in the UK, and our chairman, Mr. Ayo Akife, couldn't make it here because he attended the burial of a stakeholder in the community. She passed on, and yesterday was, a farewell ceremony, and he played an integral role, so he couldn't make it here today. So he did send a speech, and I'm going to read it to everyone. Sorry, I'm getting older. So he says, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address you today as the chairman of the Central Association of Nigerians in the UK, KANU, on the occasion of your successful Mind the Immigration Gap Summit. The Nigerian diaspora plays a crucial role in the country's economic development. Whether we acknowledge it or not, diasporal investments must become one of the key drivers of our economy. With an estimated 17 million Nigerians living abroad, we collectively remit a staggering $25 billion back home annually, an amount that must now be leveraged as a foundation for future investments. This $25 billion surpasses the contributions of nearly every other sector apart from crude oil. It exceeds the gross domestic product, the GDP, of every Nigerian state except Lagos, and drives foreign direct investments. If we are truly committed to transforming Nigeria, we must explore ways to channel these remittances into productive, job-creating ventures. Imagine the impact on our economy if year after year we invested these $25 billion into critical sectors such as power generation and distribution, manufacturing, railways, port expansion, road construction, and agro processing. Such investments could revolutionize these industries and unlock Nigeria's vast economic potential. As a community, we also have a responsibility to stand in defense of Nigerians migrating in search of better opportunities. They're not criminals. They are individuals striving for progress, and they deserve our unwavering support. We urge the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian diaspora community to introduce investment instructions that will enable the diaspora to contribute more directly to the Nigerian economy. If we set a goal of investing an additional $25 billion annually beyond remittances, it is only a matter of time before we build a $1 trillion economy. Achieving this will significantly address Nigeria's persistent challenges: high unemployment, import dependency, erratic power supply, and transport-induced inflation. As diasporans, we must see this as a collective vision, one that is essential for the transformation of our homeland. At present, Nigeria's GDP stands at approximately $400 billion, an amount far too small for a nation of over 200 million people. Our annual budget of around $30 billion barely scratches the surface of our economic needs. To create a prosperous and self-sufficient nation, we must radically expand our economic base. As you deliberate today, know that Kanu stands firmly behind you now and always. Making Nigeria a global economic powerhouse, even a G7 economy, should be our shared ambition. And diasporal investment is key to achieving that vision. Let's today mark the beginning of a new era. Our mission to eradicate poverty and build a thriving Nigeria starts now. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ayo Akife, Chairman, Central Association of Nigerians. I wouldn't hand you over the mic, so I should tell you one or two things about Kanu. Okay, like it's the Central Association of Nigerians in the UK. Associations, not individuals. You cannot join as an individual, you can only join as an association. Like Calabar Union, Anambra Businessmen, like your association, you can join us. And when Mr. Ayo Akife took over 4 years ago, we only had like 52 associations. Today, we are counting almost 160, because he took it upon himself to ensure that all these associations that have been standing by themselves and not, that haven't been part of this body, find a means to be part of it. So you can imagine that gap from 52 to almost 160 association bodies is a whole lot. Last year in May, we had the general, the AGM of Kanu on the boat. We went round the teams. That is one of like the fun of it, what we do. And then you see people from across the UK come and join us. That's one, or secondly. But there's something else I need us to know about Kanu. Beyond us being asked about questions about passports, issues on immigration and things like that, we are like a link between every Nigerian and the Nigerian High Commission. Just in case you can't reach them, you could reach us to ask questions. And of course, if you're having issues with your passports, which is one of the major things they come to us talk about, I just have to let you know, if your passport is 6 months before expiring, please just go apply. And of course, you know, when you get online to make this application, it takes a long time because the queue, it's a lot. So you have to do that on site. Another information I can quickly give to you is that if your passport has expired, you can still travel. The Nigerian government has an agreement with the major airlines. So, and like I tell people who call me, BA and what's the other guy's name? You said? And Virgin. So we have an agreement with them. The Nigerian government has an agreement with them that if Nigerians can travel with expired passport, but of course you know what you have to do. It's easier when you get to Nigeria. Think about whatever means or ways that you could get your passport in Nigeria in 2 seconds. You understand? I'm not going to say much about that. But back here, the queue is a lot. But you know, once you get a date, on that very day, you can get your passport. And like Madam, you were saying the other time, because you have a mentoring group, and I was looking at you, I was like, this is what we actually need. Do you know that there are families that are seriously suffering today? And because they are afraid of stigmatization, they don't want to come out to talk. And a lot of Nigerian families have lost their kids. A lot. And most especially this Japa ones, because they do not understand the language here. It's not the way you talk back home that we talk here. You've seen the videos that have gone viral of these men that are meeting up with secondary school girls and asking them out. A lot of them are now behind bars. They don't know these things, you know, so they think you can talk to a secondary school girl or like a girl below 18, you know. I don't want to say it's what is obtainable where we came from, but you know, like things like that. These men are behind bars. And the parents who are losing their kids every day, they do not understand that what happens back home is not what happens here. The kind of language or attitude, you know, like a parent was saying to the social service, they said, but my daughter said this to me. They said, yes, but you need to communicate with her properly. They said, how can my child be dragging with me? And then the word dragging for them was like, so you were dragging with your daughter, dragging your child on the floor? Immediately, police, and it was done for. So a lot of them need to be schooled, need to be educated, and of course, the Central Association for Nigerians in the UK, KANU, we're there. Whatever you need, I mean, in terms of how we relate to the UK government, we have a number of lawyers that work with us that render their services for free. It's an open door. And if you also have several associations, and we're hoping your association will join us. And we're having our 20th anniversary on the 24th of May. We would love to sell tickets to you. Did I say sell tickets? All right, you can still be part of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rose. I'm quite happy that we retracted the sale tickets. We have it on record that we didn't want tickets. So we have it on record. We will have 3 tickets, and as many of us would want to go. Hopefully, we can be accommodated. I'm just joking. It's like a key to it, and we want to come with you. We will support. I think it's very important that you gave the insight into KANU. I for one didn't know about it, but I learned with some of the guys here that they are aware of that association. I think it's very important that as a diaspora, that we do have a central body as Nigerians. I see that with Cameroonians and different associations. And I think it's a good thing that we're talking about so many things here. We have the focus of our project, which is why we're here. It's also good that we have opportunities to kind of go up and talk about certain things and help ourselves understand. Because a lot of these things come together in terms of our experience in immigration in the UK. Thank you very much, Rose. Thank you very much. So the panel for our roundtable discussion. First of all, I would like to invite the moderator of that panel, the one and only Chiemeka Uzumba. without going into too much detail, those of us who are members of the association understand, and I'm going to ask his permission to do this because he's one that doesn't like accolades. There's something I used to call him, and he always wants me not to do that. He has been very vital to where our association is today. He's been integral. I mean, we've had generations of members of the National Association of Sea Dogs who have brought us to where we are today. It's been a long journey, over 70 years. In that journey, Chiemeka has played a very vital part. And he's a member of our current branch, our deck, Madinakata, and he will be chairing and moderating this panel. Thank you very much, Chiemeka.
You're welcome.
I also want to invite Dr. Isomeme to please join that panel. He doesn't need any other introduction. He's done amazing today, giving us a very well taught presentation. And for those of us who are a tad bit late, fortunately you would have missed that, but hopefully you have an opportunity to talk to him after this and get contacts if you want to have further discussions around the legal practitioner, by the way. Very, very well qualified in that field. I also want to invite the distinguished Mrs. Izebua Okoya, very figure in our association. It is something we are taking label. This is the kind of people who will drag her. But she's almost one of us. And I also want to invite another member of the panelists. So we have the subject matter experts, we call them, to this panel. We have the moderator of the panel. We also have an individual who has also had, I think we tagged them with IME, individuals with migration experience, and the person of Mr. Solomon Olowole. Mr. Solomon is a member of our association, and I know why a couple of people are laughing. It's always difficult sometimes when you want to call up a member of the association. It's difficult. I have to go around to gather something, but let's leave it at that. So thank you very much for being here. And lastly, I'm going to pick now to wait. And lastly, we want to have Mr. Gabriel Eze. Mr. Gabriel, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel. Very, very good point.
We actually do. Sorry.
So I'm going to I'll give you the microphone.
Okay. My name is Gabriel Ainwese. I'm a solicitor in the UK. I'm the managing partner of Chancellor West Law Systems. Thank you.
I have a lot of lawyers here. Many lawyers. I think that's our panel. Please, I will encourage us. So these are our panel physically present. I mentioned originally that we got Mr. Lateef Alani, who is the project manager of our sister branch in Lagos, Hawkins Deck, who is online. And we've also got a Nollywood director in the person of Lancelot Imasue, who is also online. They will have opportunities to jump in and also share in this deliberation. But this is the panel we have here. So please the success of this panel is that we interact and engage with them and ask questions. So far, this has gone so well. So please, let's be brave and throw those questions at them. We've got some experts here, and I'm sure they'll provide answers for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the roundtable for the Mind Immigration Gap research project of Magna Carta. Thank you so much for joining this session. I'm just going to go through how we've structured for the roundtable to go so that we are able to make the best of the key focus of the research. So the roundtable is part of the that research that we're doing. So information and data from here will also inform everything we're getting from the field, as well as with one-on-one qualitative interviews and surveys that will be part of the research. And as other speakers have already said, like the captain of the chapter, the project aims to explore immigration expectations, the lived realities, consequences of separation, unification, financial strain it puts on families, some of the social issues that have been raised, like some of the ones that Rose Graham talked about. And today we're privileged to have you, as well as Solomon and Lancelot, who have that lived experience. So just before kicking off, some ethical considerations regarding use of information, and we're required to let you know that that by participating in this discussion, you acknowledge and consent to share your insights. However, you are not required to share anything you're not comfortable with, okay? If you share personal stories, which I think would be good because it will add flavor and deeper insights to those problems we want to explore and investigate. But if you share those stories, we will ensure they remain anonymous, because the way we will gather all that data, we're not going to be identifying anybody, and we're not going to use it in a way that when the report is out, you're able to, by reading it, identify who is being talked about. But if you prefer not to be quoted, we'll also be happy for you to let us know. So we will not say that said that. Sensitivity, migration definitely we know is an emotional topic. People will have that proverb that when they are conveying the corpse of someone we do not know, it feels as if death doesn't come with pain, but we know it comes with pain. So while some people here or across the world may not have those experiences of migration, we know from some of the pre-project research we've done with the team that it is an emotional topic. So we encourage for us to be respectful when we make our input, when we ask questions, when we disagree or agree. Be empathetic as well in the discussion. And if anyone finds any topic distressing, you're welcome to take a break. Please, let's feel free to say we want to take a break. And with regards to data protection, this discussion is part of a research initiative. While we may summarize key insights, personal data will not be shared without consent. So how it's going to go, I'm going to read out some statistics that are related to the areas of focus, and then we'll go into the thematic discussions. And those thematic discussions are across 4 themes. So we've got expectations versus realities of migration. We've got the socio-economic challenges and opportunities. We have family dynamics and emotional well-being, and then policy implications and recommendations. So what it will be is for each theme, I will ask a question to the individual with migration experience, and they give us their flair, and I'll come back to you guys, the subject matter experts, to gets your play as well. Then we'll go on to the next one. I just want to appeal to the audience that for the first part of this, you're just going to be an audience, an audience. You're just going to observe, but just note down your questions. Towards the end, there's a summary part of it, and in that summary part, we want to have full participation, whether it's questions from you or whether it's you making your own input or even sharing your own stories as well. And if anyone in here shares personal stories around migration, the things I've read out about ethical consideration and use of data, it also covers you. So it covers every contribution that is happening here today. So thank you for that. So just when I realized that I have this assignment, I had to do some research to understand what the statistics are that relate to what we're talking about. So just a quick overview that the total number of Nigerian migrants worldwide as of 2020 is approximately 1.3 million Nigerians. And net migration in 2021 in Nigeria, it was said about less than 0.29 per 1,000 people, indicating that actually more people live in Nigeria than arriving in Nigeria. So more people leave Nigeria to migrate somewhere else than people who are moving to live in Nigeria. With regards to migration to the UK, based on the 2021 census, people who put in that their place of birth in Nigeria is 270,768. So that is actually 0.5% of the total population of England and Wales. And Nigerian migration to the UK, based on June 2023 figures, around 141,000 Nigerians migrated to the UK, in that period, and making them the second largest non-EU migrant group after India. I think either China or Ukraine follows. And the interesting thing is that based on people who are migrating for economic opportunity, for work opportunity, it was interesting when you went into the pathways, and majority of those pathways are linked to work, they're linked to economic empowerment. And Nigeria is actually second to India, again, for people who are migrating for the purpose of work, for the purpose of economic sustenance. However, Nigerians in UK higher education, the number of Nigerians in UK universities increased by 107.4% in 2021/2022, reaching 44,195 students. And economic factors that are driving this migration is interesting to listen to the speech from the president of CANUC on how diaspora investment can transform the economy of Nigeria. And it's interesting to say if the remittances that are coming from diaspora, is that significant and can, if structured properly, change Nigeria? It will be interesting because it will then help. So by the remittance of people who migrated out of Nigeria, we can transform Nigeria to then ensure that people are not migrated away from Nigeria and probably, change it around so we then have more people going into Nigeria than so. As of quarter 2, 2024, youth unemployment was 4.3%, and Q3 in 2023, it was 8.6%. So on the basis of, with this as background and some of the insights and the information that you've shared, I just want to come to you first, Samson. With regards to expectations and realities of migration, what were your primary expectations before migrating? And can you share experiences that differ significantly by the time you got here and you started settling in as well? And anyhow you can share that and stories and timelines, that would be great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. In regards to expectation and reality, prior to living in Nigeria, I would say, excuse me, I would say the expectation was different, and it's always going to be like that.
and just an expectation from myself, also family members, because considering that we're coming from a very family-oriented culture and system, we believe that if you want to do anything, your family would be involved, no matter how antisocial you can be, right? The reality versus the expectation then was, by the time you get to this place and you see how the system runs as an immigrant, you start thinking, am I making the right decision? To give you an example, one of the expectation for myself, because by the time I moved to the UK, I was 2 days married. So literally it was myself and my wife. We got married on the 18th of December and got to the UK on the 20th of December. Literally 2 days. Right? The expectation was we get there, we are able to put heads together, and within 1 year, we should have our acts together. But the reality was, or rather it still is, getting to the UK for the first 6-7 months, me and my wife would only see each other maybe for like 2 hours a day. So by the time I'm going to work in the morning, she's coming back from work. By the time she's sleeping, I'm busy doing something else. And the expectation from people back home is, which always is, you're married, within few months, they're expecting things like childbirth. Yes? That one is there. Take that, put that on one side. Another expectation there is, by the time you move to the UK, with the way people say, oh, there's job everywhere, there's job everywhere. It's that you get to UK, you get some certain amount of job, or with some qualifications that you have, I'm fit for this job. You apply for them, and reality is, by the time you wake up, I remember when I just moved into the UK, I applied for a job, 12:30 a.m., right? And as of 12:35, I got a rejection email. Like, in less than 5 minutes of applying for a job. And I was like, exactly, I was like, what's going to happen? I did go back to the job description. You must have CIPD, this, you must have this, you must have that. And I'm like, I didn't meet all the criteria. Reviewed my CV immediately again. What is going on here? So by the time you look at all this from that side as well, it is not tallying up. If you have to look at it from the conversion rate, which is I think one of the things a lot of Nigerians moving to the UK kind of fall into that kind of trap is a lot of people, fortunately, I'm not one of those that I have to sell anything to move to the UK. A lot of immigrants would tell you, oh, I sold one house or one land that I have in Naija or Lekki for X amount. By the time I get to the UK, I'm able to do one or two things. I should be able to buy it back. Or they probably use one of their properties as loan for collateral for loan. By the time they get here and they start looking at the amount, or when you tell someone, if you tell someone in Nigeria that you're earning £5,000 monthly, to them it's like a very large amount for you to earn monthly. But by the time you look at it, you pay your bills, you pay the taxes and everything, you're practically almost left with nothing. And then we have black tax there. There you have, for those that have parents or families that are dependent on them, it then becomes like a major headache because one, you can't say no, or to some extent, you try to say no, but then you saying no doesn't mean that they will not ask you again. 2 days later, someone is calling you for one problem. And from this angle, I just like the expectation there is for most people moving from Nigeria or from any part of the country, of the world, to the UK, is the grass is greener. But the reality is, it is actually not. It depends on how you water your garden and how you groom it. That would determine if it's going to be greener, or it's just going to be like the same thing that you have in Nigeria. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that. The grass is greener and it depends on how you water it and all that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, just before I come to the subject matter expert, if we could hear from Lancelot, online, from your own experience, do you view it in that same perspective that Samson has shared? The grass being greener on the other side, but maybe not, or maybe just to the extent of how we water our garden, if I can just paraphrase what you said earlier. Is Lancelot still with us online?
No.
Okay, so while we're waiting to hear from him, I'm just going to come to you, Mrs. Izubua. Izubua. Yes, if I don't get anything, if I get it right, that's okay. Yeah. Mrs. Izubua, if we can just ask, based on the work that you guys are doing within these, based on your coaching, and I'm believing probably had the opportunity to coach people who have also migrated. What are the common misconceptions among new migrants or ones that have stayed a bit long from your experience? And how do these misconceptions, impact their integration process, how they settle into the country and, get into a flow?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story so authentically. I think one of the misconceptions is taking your example of the grass is greener, the marketing and the profiling of the abroad. You get this assumption that what you see on the adverts is what it is. So understanding that there's going to be a culture shift, a transition process, an integration process. I think that's what everybody should be prepared for, because you come in and you're surprised. So the UK excellent educational system, like you mentioned, there's so many schools, so many universities. That doesn't mean that they're just going to put their doors open, right? So understanding that even though the provisions are there, the amenities are there, there's an access process. You have to access it, right? Other misconceptions is that you can come and continue being who you are. You need to, first of all, understand the culture of the land that you're coming to. Now, we Nigerians are very proud of our culture, we're proud of we're very opinionated. You need to understand that you're not in the country. So how do you adapt your style and your language to be respectful of the land that you're in? I think that's another thing. We come with a lot of energy and we try to retain our way of doing things. But I remember somebody making that point, that respect where you are and have respect for the culture and the values and the way things are done. Another misconception is that, like I said, we can just rush through things. I think the kind of issues that we face back home in terms of structure and bureaucracy and continuity, we find out that the reason why it's a bit different over here is process. So we're not very process driven back home. So coming in and understand that there's a time and a process for things, it kind of trains you to wait for the period for things to be done in a proper way. And one other misconception, I think it's that currency change, being able to plan. Again, some of the things that we've done before is just being not understanding that every penny counts, everything's valid. So when we talk about family, we are very much into have a community that we need to support. But here they will say live within your means. So again, understanding how to manage funds and how to, it's different. So I think that those are some of the things that people struggle with. And then also struggling with maintaining, I mentioned it earlier, identity. Maintaining your identity, because when you come as very well-trained, very educated people. You might have to transition into something that may not be a parallel role, which is what some people struggle with. You may need to take a role that's not quite the role that you had if you're back home. Or you may need to develop new skills and acquire new skills. So that again is understanding that you're not actually behind. So sometimes people be like, I can never do that because that's taking me back. But you're coming to a new place, so it's almost like a reset. So people should understand that sometimes you may need to, I use the example of a catapult. Sometimes you need to step back to move forward. And now you're stepping back for you to integrate and understand where you can bring value. So you don't start thinking that you're still in the old space, you're in version 2.0. So move forward. So I can talk about this one. There's many examples, but those are a few things I can talk about.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think it's quite striking about the misconception that you can migrate to here and still be who you are. And also when you talked about like adjusting or to new job opportunities, which may not reflect the level you were on. And Bryce Mahmoud, just leads me on to when you talked about the need to invest in ourselves, or the person who wants to migrate, invest in themselves, if they're considering any of those pathways with regards to like the startup one or the global talent. What in your profession, what are some of the misconceptions that you come across that could be balanced out by those kind of investments and those kind of being ready and prepared and being self-aware that we also need to change and adjust to the country we've come to?
Thank you. The question is very important for me. It's the first question I feel me. So, is cannot be overemphasized when you migrate. You need to know yourself. You need to know what you're capable of. You need to know what you're willing. Now, you made a very valid point about negotiating your incomes. Your knowledge. £5,000 a month is a lot of money. The average income in the UK is about 3,000. So anyone earning £5,000 is in the top killer of employees. And if anyone comes into this country as a new immigrant, new migrant, and gets an opportunity to earn £5,000, trust me, okay, we think she's back from Nigeria. Because we have things going very good for me. Now, to emphasize what I said about knowing that yourself, when you enter the UK, Nigerians were used to, I know it's there, we are used to the kind of houses we live. We are used to the support mechanism and structure we have. That doesn't exist here ordinarily. You need to seek out other Nigerians with similar situation and circumstance to give you that support structure you are used to. So if you are coming from Nigeria, you ordinarily live in a 4-bedroom house. You cannot come to the UK and officially start to look for a 4-bedroom house. You need to reset your priorities, because depending on your location, a 4-bedroom house in Nigeria, I don't know about the figures now, so please be fair to me if I get it wrong. I would say in Lagos, a 4-bedroom house today, annual rent would be about 6 million. Now, at today's exchange rate, 6 million naira is almost £3,000. Almost £3,000. Now, for Nigeria, that's a yearly rent for 12 months. If you convert that to pounds, that may not take you through the month after you pay all your bills. So you need to know yourself. You are coming that, look, I'm leaving my comfort zone. I'm coming to the UK to establish a new foundation, to start on a fresh footing. And I tell people who come into this country, I say, first thing you need to know when you come here is that every pound counts. Every pound. When you are able to live on a budget, you are better able to save, you are better able to travel, you are better able to spend. You now identify that bread is cheap in Waitrose, but milk is not cheap in Waitrose, it's cheap in Morrison. You need to know how to manage yourself. That's why I said know yourself. You don't come around and this is not Nigeria where I can afford to call you where you just killed one goat or come and collect one lamb. It's not happening. It's not happening here. So you need to know that when you moved here, as much as you have that support, it's not business as usual. So I think that's the most important thing. Setting up a business, like I said initially, a lot of us in Nigeria, from Nigeria rather, are entrepreneurs. We all have one or two things we will do to earn us extra income while in Nigeria, even if it is just being a go-between. We probably like to call it middleman. Or I have a car to sell, she wants to buy, he knows me, he knows her. He makes 20 naira from selling my car to her. A lot of Nigerians have that as supplemental income. Another thing that we are not used to in Nigeria, which is I'm not happy to say that we don't have a proper tax regime. So we're not used to paying for a lot of things. So in Nigeria, you have a transaction where you make $1 million and you think the million is yours. In the UK, it's not your money. Yeah, it's not your money. So these are the things you need to do. If you are used to settling down and know that I have a transaction every year in Nigeria, I spoke to a colleague of mine yesterday, and he was upset with a sibling that had called him and had asked him for a loan of 10 million naira. And he was very upset. I listened to him. I tried to be sympathetic, but in the course of my conversation with him, I calmly made him understand that that is less than 5,000 pounds. The man hasn't asked you for a lot. But to him, it's a whole 10 million. How can he be asking me for that? But eventually, I made him understand that it's not a lot here. You at best serve him for 2 months. So you need to understand that. Setting up a business here, you know that if you have been given 10 million naira from Nigeria, which will be a lot of money to set up any business in Nigeria, you need to be very careful in this country when you're setting up a business. Because that business that you're setting up with that much money, if you don't manage it right, you might end up owing 3 times that. Yes. Now, we have an expectation. Every entrepreneur has an expectation when we start. We hope for the best. We believe that, oh, I have brothers, I have cousins, I have friends that will patronize me. It's not true.
Yeah, because the next topic is actually around socioeconomic challenges and opportunities. And there's one question that you're almost starting to answer. And I'm like, probably I need to just hold on so that when we get into that, you can like give it that in-depth treatment that I can see that coming. That would be great. But I think it's great that from what he said about exchange rates, you've actually created a scenario that seems to indicate a misconception of people just looking at, okay, it's 2,000 naira to £1. So if I just earn £1, I get 2,000 naira. But actually, you may not be earning £1 because in that £1, maybe it's just 45p.
Yes,
So maybe that's that kind of balancing expectation. So I don't know, Barrister Gabriel Eneze, in your own, experience and as a lawyer as well, and supporting migrants who are coming or who have come, what are the misconceptions? Are there any other ones outside of these kind of exchange rate misconceptions? If we can call it that.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with you on this. In terms of misconceptions, being a solicitor in the UK, my experience, what I've noticed is, and from what my other co-panelists have said, it's a new society. A lot of things are new to us. Even for myself, I was one of those people who came from Nigeria. But misconceptions, or what we call misconceptions, I feel is all part of you integrating into the society. I will share personal experience, okay? I'm also a qualified lawyer in Nigeria. So when I came over here, I remember one of the companies I was working in as a lawyer, it was time for a redundancy. And of course, I was less than 2 years there in the company. So I felt I would be one of those made redundant anyway. And true to it, they made me redundant. So I wasn't bothered. But when I picked up the letter and I read if you've ever been through a redundancy, when I read the letter and I saw the criteria they use, I was like, this doesn't add up. Being a lawyer and knowing also, because I'm also a specialist in employment law, I looked at that. So they will grade you. In my department, they graded us. So qualification, they gave me a certain mark. So I've got a first degree, I've got a master's. I looked at my team. I should have a high mark here. What else did they grade me on? They graded on communication. I looked at the score they gave me. I said, what's wrong with my communication? You know? And what else again? Experience. I looked at it. So I appealed. Now, why did I appeal? Oh, okay, I appealed. They said no, they stood by the decision. But why did I appeal? Education qualification. They scored me. They said, oh, they're only using UK qualification. The question is, why would you not use Nigeria qualification? I read law in Nigeria. I came over here. I also sort of, it's all legal degrees recognized here. Communication. What are you assessing me on? Is it written communication or spoken communication? I could communicate it that way. So I looked at it and appealed, and I took them to the tribunal. I'm sharing this because it's the society you're coming into. There will be challenges, but you also need to be prepared to deal with those challenges. So the expectation, if you're going to think people will accept you the way you are wrong. I took them to the tribunal, and for me as a lawyer, even being a lawyer, it was intimidating, but true to, God being on my side, that case settled, and over £20,000 I was paid for being unfairly dismissed, even though it's a redundancy. I was expecting myself to go through. Now, so expectation-wise, I share with people is you will face discrimination. Okay, expect it. You'll be treated differently. It could be on the basis of your religion, and I'm happy with. I looked around in this garden here. I can't see any white person. I can't see an Asian. By the color of your skin, you will face it. Your kids will face it. You will face it. So, and being men, most of us who are men here, or even women who are working, wherever you are at place of work, you will be treated differently. Are you prepared to deal with it? So that's one expectation I'll pick up. Another expectation you say is that our kids are at high risk. I wouldn't even talk about ourselves, because we as men or women will face it. But our kids are high risk of going into crime. When you look at the crime rate for Black, I looked at some figures before coming over here. Over 4 ethnicities, whites, Asians, Blacks, and mixed. Black was coming over more than 50% of white was 50. But if you look at the remaining, which should have been 50 between mixed, Asians, and Black, we're over almost getting to 30% of young people who are incarcerated. So our kids are really at high risk. So expectation-wise is know that this society is going to open your kids to a lot of things. Drugs, definitely. You understand? So expectation-wise, we need to look at these things to say, we're coming into a land flowing with milk and money, but also expect that you are putting your kids at risk and how to deal with them. So those are some of the things I'll share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's why, another unique flavor. I don't know what you think, but I think we have a great panel here, and it's giving us different degrees of flavor to this. And I think it links back to what we were talking about, self-awareness. You going to the tribunal, and also the expectation that it's a land of milk and honey. So in that expectation, probably is that assumption that there's no crime, it's safe, our kids are going to You know, it's not like living somewhere in Lagos that are going to jump the fence and, you know, do something. You know, so that's quite interesting. To the extent that the economics drives migration. The question, Samson, what are the challenges that led to you deciding to migrate? Are they economic? Are they about better work opportunities for you, for your wife at that point? And what specific opportunities when you got here aided you with regards to settling?
Thank you very much. I would say for me, living in Nigeria was influenced by a lot of factors, and I'll start with security. Okay, and for the Gadanasco people that are here, the Abuja people, they understand. In Abuja, obviously, you probably go to the AP and you probably be leaving maybe like 1 a.m., which to Abuja standard is like, which is like more of you like still moving around at 9 p.m. and so on. And I can say on 1 or 2 occasions, everyone is walking around. I've almost been robbed on like 1 or 2 occasions, and that is like Abuja is supposed to like one of the safest places in Nigeria. And every day that you wake up in Nigeria to date is always bad news. It is always bad news. X amount of people were kidnapped. X amount of people were killed. This happened, that happened. Right, that was there. And when I looked at, I think I was fortunate enough that my wife happens to be an economist, right? And we looked at, okay, this is the amount, before we decided to like, let's get married, and we did share all our plans together. We looked at, okay, this is the amount you're earning, which as at then was quite a lot for a young person like myself. We looked at what would be the value of this money within the next 5, 10 years. If you're on this salary scale, if you move to another country like the UK, where you have to restart, what are the chances of exceeding this position? Because so in Nigeria, you would have to obviously know somebody. In most cases, you have to know somebody up there to get to some certain position. And yes, if I can say this boldly, we are in a country whereby, yes, there's discrimination. Some people do it diplomatically, some people do it straight to your face, right? But you know, to some certain extent, that if you put in some effort, you, like there's this adage in Yoruba of, you're only concerned about the person you're bargaining with, not the noise of the market, right? Even though you keep doing your work to some certain extent, no matter how this person is black, you still get that opportunity. There's always that silver lining in you that can give that assurance that, yes, I know things are difficult right now, but this can happen. In a country like Nigeria, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Take an example, a practical example, what happened late last year about those that graduated from Cotonou, universities in Cotonou. I know at least 3 people that were impacted by that. Now, these are guys that have gone there, studied very well, like nobody had helped them all through their exams, moved back to Nigeria, done their masters. I even know someone that had done PhD. The minute federal government released that memorandum, all of them were gone like that. So it could happen anywhere, but in a country like this, and like you rightly said, we have process in place in this country. If you go through redundancy, they'll look at it like, okay, this is the process. This is the situation. There's compensation. In Nigeria, there's nothing like that. So that is general, like security, both economical, social security, that is not there. If you're looking at starting a family, which was one of the major reasons why I decided to leave Nigeria. Starting a family in Nigeria, I would say it's very easy because we have a lot of support system. In Nigeria, you can give birth to a child that is barely 6 months, living in Pomashokura somewhere, and go for 10 hours, right? Nobody's going to arrest you. Nobody's bothered about that. You can't do that in this country. But at the same time, if you look at the standard of opportunities that the new generation are exposed to in Nigeria, compare them to the opportunities that we have here, they are not leveling up. It's not left to you as an individual for you to be able to know, okay, I don't want my child to fall into the wrong group, right? I don't want my child, like one of my aunts in London, she told me, when my cousin was growing up, what she would do is she would allow her go to school with her friends, but behind her, she'll be driving behind her, like a safe distance. So if she's turning to any corner that is not the direction to school, she knows. She's able to control it. But in Nigeria, yes, it is free. Your child could go to school where you're paying millions of naira, and the next thing someone is bullying your child to the point of killing your child, like what happened in a popular secondary school recently. Or you could send your child to the best boarding school, and the next thing they've been kidnapped. You have the money, you have everything needed to help them, but are you guaranteed that that child will come home to you at the end of the day? No. But yeah, yes, the guarantee is not 50-50, it's like 50-50 as well. But with the right parenting, yeah, you know, you have that assurance. And that's one of the things that I consider, looking at everything like in a general perspective. I'm like, no, Nigeria is not a place where I think I should get married and start having children. Thank you.
Quite interesting how concerns about security, crime, influenced your decision to move, as well as your kids. And when I think back to Barrister Noise's raising that concern about we safeguarding our kids, being aware that the country will expose a lot to our kids. It's quite almost like that expectation that you move into a land of milk and honey, no crime, but the reality is that it's very probably for kids as well in inner cities and all that. But from with regards to trends among Nigerian immigrants compared to other groups, how does employment play out? What are those employment trends within this country? Because I'm just trying to understand how we know the expectations. We know people are coming for better life. What are those employment trends, and how do they compare to other groups, if you have any idea? And what policies could enhance economic integration for Nigerian migrants here, so that even if people are coming with their PhDs, they're able to, even if based on self-awareness, based on needing to train themselves or retrain themselves, but at least they're starting off at a place, at a level that can start meeting some of the expectations, or at least help them to ground the expectations in reality.
Thank you, sir. First of all, in the United Kingdom, the NHS is the largest employer of blankets. The NHS is the largest single employer of migrant labor, because they still do not have enough to cover. A lot of times, as an immigration solicitor, we are inundated with requests for skilled health professionals. I'm proud to say Nigeria accounts second only to Asia, accounts for the majority of skilled health professionals in this country. So we, to a large extent, come into this country as skilled professionals, majority. The second major employer of migrant labor in this country is the care system, which again is similar to the NHS, because for me, my experience has pointed out the cost is the reason why people would choose the care option, because the immigration health surcharge is a lot of money. Now, if you are coming on that care or health worker certificate of sponsorship, you are exempt from the immigration health surcharge. Now, even though it wasn't said officially, the UK government was losing billions in immigration health surcharge, allowing care workers to pay dependents. Billions. Because one care worker could come in with as much as 5 dependents. Ordinarily, those 5 people will account for £25,000 on average. So that is why they have limited, this is my opinion, I don't have statistics for it. They have limited the inflow of care workers with dependents. And having done that, the migration from Nigeria has not reduced. It has not reduced. You just realize that people were not taking care jobs because they liked the work. They were taking it because it was the low-hanging fruit. It was, of all options to migrate, that's the cheapest. They're saving at least £25,000. So, of course, but now that it's not available, they look for the money and they take the next best thing. So, migration figures have not reduced. How many migration students? I can tell you, it has increased. Because now people now know they need to make the money come around. So more people are coming around and asking and inquiring and are more interested. Like I said during my presentation, I tend to want to encourage my clients to go for opportunities that will empower them more than make them subservient. And there are a lot of businesses that in this country that you don't need that much to start. But to be better, now if you know that your next month's rent is on you, your next month's council tax is on you, you're not waiting for an employer to pay you. You will put your eyes and your brain and your heart into that business. You will make it work. When you know that you cannot knock on Madame's door and ask her to spend the night on her sofa and then move to him or move to you or come to mine, you understand that no, wherever I am, I will make sure I can afford it. So that in itself, I am proud of Nigerians. I'm very proud. We are very resilient. We are very, very hardworking. As much as we tend to like to get things for free, which is good, we are very, 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 very hardworking. I cannot overemphasize that. The average human being likes to get things for free, but we tend to understand that there's nothing free in Freetown. So we work hard at it. Proud to say Nigeria is one of the Nigerians are one of the migrants in this country that work very hard. So we account for a lot. There's no spare of human endeavor that you will not find in Nigeria. I wait to be corrected that there is a spare of human endeavor where you will not find in Nigeria. I don't think it exists. Healthcare, technology, professional services, politics, any aspect of human endeavor, Nigerians are there and they are excelling. We are not mediocres. A lot of people would want to bash the average Nigerian as what do they call them? Yahoo. That is not correct. That is not correct. We have a lot of hardworking Nigerians who follow the rule of law and wish the best for the country. I'm very happy to be seated with him. He's an example of a hardworking Nigerian who wants the best for his family. He himself and his wife, he just said they made a certain amount of money. That was good money by Nigerians, but in the consideration of the life they want to give their children, they consider to put that energy together, move to a place that they are sure will give that child that opportunity. but at the same time, not forgetting that they are Nigerians. And that, I believe, is the mindset of the average Nigerian that comes to the United Kingdom. We're not coming here to scheme or get up to no good. We are coming here to give what we know we have, to get what we believe the society can offer, and at the same time improve, be a value add in the society we are in. Nigerians, the United Kingdom as a society indeed has benefited greatly from Nigerians who have migrated into this country, because the Nigerians in the police force, the Nigerians in the army. Yes, I know of high-ranking army officials in the British Army that are Nigerian. And we are all aware of politicians that are Nigerians. We are aware that the Nigerian owns three of the international airports in the country. So Nigerians have contributed immensely to the United Kingdom, and by extension, they have helped grow the economy of the United Kingdom. So we are quick to just look at the little points. So this person is doing this person is doing that. I have a client who has a security firm. When he came into it, I encouraged him to start a security firm. He's one of the largest sponsors of migrants that I have in my client list. I encouraged him to start that company. He has contracts across the UK, Ireland, and Wales. He's a Nigerian. I'm proud of such people. But ordinarily, he wanted to get a job. He was very upset with me when I was telling him to put the little money he said he didn't have towards starting a business. He even went as far as threatening. If you fail, you will pay. But today he's better off for it. And so I think with the right support and proper information, like you said, information is readily available. Get the right information, identify the skill set that you can leverage on. I would like to say that this project is also the next project. There's a difference between leveraging on your network and taking advantage of it. A lot of people, there's a thin line between it. Now, when you leverage on your network, it's because you know that your network can deliver this for you, and you, by reciprocity, can also do this for the person. So it's a give and take. Taking advantage is because I know Madam gives mentoring. I now have a plethora of people who require mentoring. I charge them for it. I know Madam is not charging for it. I bring that crowd to her. So I'm making money off her benevolence. That is taking advantage. Leverage is letting Madam know, you do this for free. I can afford to make you a pound extra because I have extra people who are willing to pay for it. So I'm not making them pay. Instead of driving that traffic to someone else or being greedy to keep it to myself, I let Madam understand, you normally do it for free. These people will pay you a pound more. And I doubt if anybody in this room will turn down an extra pound. Yeah. So that's the difference between leveraging on your network and taking advantage of your network. It's the same thing you're directing traffic, but one, you are helping the person. So it's a symbiotic relationship. The other one is a parasitic. So we need to be able to identify the difference in our desire to grow and take advantage of the economic benefits of migration. I don't need to put that out there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think it's quite instructive that your client who you advise to set up that business, and you know, if you fail, you'll pay. And I guess that if you fail, you go pay underscores the migration journey. You know, when people mortgage their land, borrow money, and all that. And I think at the heart of this research is if you fail, you will pay what happens when it fails, you know? And then there are issues of the increased financial strain, like the changes in the immigration policy, which means that it's costing people more, even though more people are doing it. So that means there are more people who are coming now without their dependents. So we are now talking about the family separation, cultural adjustments, people who've been here for years without their family, the impact on the kids, the impact on the wife, or the impact on the husband, if it's the husband who's there, those who've come and probably based on wrong immigration advice that kind of trapped, they go back or happen to be paying now that it's failed. So I think this takes us into the heart of the conversation. And I also ask you, madam, family dynamics and emotional well-being, because that's core, that's at the center of this, you know. What are the common emotional challenges faced by Nigerian migrants? And how can community organization, or even like your mentoring group, better support migrant families, especially when the high cost of migrating or the high cost of it's failing or it's failed, what can you share of that?
Thank you. I think we talked about it, about understanding that when you're coming with self-awareness and the willingness to change. What happens with families is that they come with the same cultural mindsets into this country. So that back home the distinction between roles and responsibilities, imposed or not. So coming in here and understanding that everybody has to put in the work can be a challenge for families. So reversal of roles or roles expansion. I think the last time we were talking when we did the session last time, we talked about some men not understanding that taking the trash is not an issue. And the same thing of women doing some things that might be seem to be male dominated, male type of work. So I think one thing that people have challenged themselves is understanding that in the culture, these things are not, it's not about whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're the husband or the wife. It's about what needs to be done for this home to work. That's one thing that is a struggle. So things like, you can maintain if you are able to, but what needs to work for you, work for you. So if somebody is coming back home at midnight and you're going out in the morning, you're going to wait for that person to come back home to do something like make a meal or clean the house. That's where little things like that shock families. The emotional part, you talked about it earlier on, about the children. Now, when you're moving as adults, you are changing. If you come with children that have already been born, they're also changing. So understanding that your child is going to face something out there that they probably cannot verbalize, they're not as confident or mature to be able to say that, look, I know I can feel racism, I can feel being different. Probably I'm the only Black child in my class. How do you manage that without that same mindset of I'm telling you what to do? Our children are now growing up to ask questions that they are able to ask questions. But culturally, you might think, don't ask, tell that dynamic again. Understanding that from a family perspective, that your child is not being good, and your child is not being, fault. The child is just being curious. Now that's where those issues come up again. I think Rose mentioned that some families are facing the social services. Again, how we communicate. The communication is nuanced, it's never direct. So if you speak with a typical British person, they're saying something, you have to listen to what is being said and read between the lines. How do you deal with that communication, both in the home, with your children, and with society? So again, that impacts on families. So when you have a child going to school and saying something like, I don't know, whatever it is that they say, when they do decide that they want to come and visit you, how do you safeguard your home to even educate social services or health practitioners about your culture? So again, it's having confidence in yourself, being able to talk to, like what you had mentioned about process, if there's something to challenge, you can challenge it actually. You know, and when they come into, I was dragging, you said, look, that's a slang in my country. And don't feel intimidated because you haven't done anything. But you can educate them and say, look, this is a slang in my country. You know, because anything can be misconstrued. And it's not because they're all, and it's not because these people are the social services or whatever. It's not because they're being malicious, because they don't actually really know. So it's your role to educate them and stand your ground and get the support. I think we talked about the family again. Understanding, communication, because you come in, all things are passed away in a new place. How do you communicate and understand that that pool of funds is for the whole? It's not for one individual. So there shouldn't be that sense of, you know, you're supposed to be the one bringing the money. Those things don't mean anything. And if you watch the culture here, it doesn't, there isn't that allocation of, there's no allocation of responsibility. There's a pool of responsibilities. We need to, that I think is a recurring issue in our community. It's a pool of responsibilities. It's a home. And it's a joint home. And that's where people have challenges. So that's another change. That's your immigration back. That you come in here in a different society. And some things that you want to show to the world, you want to show that you're flashy, or you want to show that you're the man, those things don't matter. Right? So let's demystify this thing and help ourselves in this community. Say, look, no one is going to look at you as being less than because you're doing what needs to be done for your home to survive. So,
the home, we all meet together, you know, like we say, all hands on deck. And that responsibility still falls on organizations like NAS, like yours, and can look to ensure that they're helping migrants with self-awareness, with adjusting, while remaining themselves, but you know, of course, adjusting. I've just been given a sign that we're running out of time. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move things a little bit fast, but not too fast to miss the key insights that you're sharing. I'm just going to go to one of the individuals with migrant experience. That's Lancelot, who's the Nollywood director. And Lancelot, if you can hear me, it would be great if you can share with us if in any way migration has affected your family relationships. We're trying to understand, family dynamics, emotional well-being, and what support systems have been beneficial for your family, for you, with regards to emotional well-being, especially when we're looking at things like family separation, cultural adjustments, discrimination or prejudice. It would be great to get your experience as well as insight, please.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everybody. I don't know, are you hearing me, please?
You need to unmute yourself.
Please.
He's on mute.
No, he's not muted.
You can't unmute him.
He is not muted.
Not muted. No, he's not muted.
Yeah, good evening. Are you hearing me, please?
Lancelot, bear with us. For some reason, we can't hear you here and detect people that are working on it. My apologies, really sorry for this, but let's see if we can sort this out.
Are you on now? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me now?
Asking about his earpiece, maybe the earpiece can sometimes cause issues.
Or should I check up the earpiece?
Are you using that earpiece or something?
The earpiece is out. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
So what's going to happen is, so 1 minute, Lancelot, I know that when they turn on something here, they start Yes, yeah, so we can hear you, so we can just listen to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a very wonderful session. Thanks to all the speakers and organizers. Beautiful one. Well, for me, I don't know how to categorize. I don't know how to categorize my own position right now, whether I'm a migrant or semi-migrant and all that. Because from day one, the importance of having family settled well with some level of assured future was very key when the thought of moving them out came. But practically, I was very determined that I was going to keep my pie of the Nigerian struggle. One hasn't come this far to come and just allow things blow off like that. I mean, back home. So for me, I'm not fully on ground here. I still juggle. So my decision is to make the best of my two worlds. But my family are fully settled here and they are doing well. Now, let me face the reality. For anybody, every day we keep having the discussion among Nigerians, especially the migrant of this age, if you know what I mean. My suggestion is that once you are above 40, is something you really need to think, especially for the men. It's something you really need to think deep about. Most guys are struggling. A friend came to me the other day and said he's in his 50s at work. He's now looking like a fool. That whatever assignment they give to him is like he's wobbling and all of that. So a lot of guys actually having this problem of settling fully here because age plays a very vital role in terms of migration. Age is very important. And I've also discovered that it's easier for women to adapt than the men. For men that are already above 40, 45, 50s, is a bit very difficult. When I say very difficult, it's very difficult. Adjusting, especially those that have owned their businesses before at home. You have not lived a very structured life where everything here is structured. I'll give this example. I bought my first vehicle 1997, 1998. That was when I started driving. Nobody taught me how to drive. I didn't go to any driving school. I just bought this vehicle. I got somebody to be driving me. I watch him. After about 3 days, I said, oh boy, is this all about driving? Give me, I can drive. And that's how I just jumped into my vehicle and I started driving. Now, coming here, you have to go through the process, the structure. You have to go and learn, go through, write exam and do that. And hey, man, it's been difficult. So adjustment here to the demand on ground right now is not very easy for a lot of people. And these are some of the stuff one gathers when listening to people, especially those that have gotten to some certain age. That is something anybody need to really consider. I still operate a great deal from home, and the family is settled here. Family adjustment hasn't been easy as between the wife and the man. Like the first speaker said, your wife goes to work almost every night or every other night. The whole arrangement is so scary that I'm worried what we're going to get out of it at the end of the day. We must begin to engage in this kind of conversation so that people will really understand. As Africans, as Nigerians, we must also begin to find ways of ameliorating each other's pains and burden going forward. Thank you very much.
I think that was so clear, and that was so pertinent, and thank you so much, Lancelot. And we're going to come to the audience, and I just want to assure you that we're not leaving you out. We're just going to round up quickly and then have the panel take questions directly from you, as well as your contributions. So just with us, just a few moments. Vice Chancellor, I just wanted to check. So if you take, last we talked about something about driving. I know it sounds like quite a simple one, but we know what it feels like because we think you can drive and not want you to go through that process. But policy implications, recommendations, what policy changes to better support Nigerian migrants? Whether it's policy changes here or back home, and what kind of bilateral relations between Nigeria and host countries can strengthen and address migrant challenges. If you can just share any insights you could.
In terms of policies, I don't know if the Nigerian government will be able to have any sort of policy collaboration with the UK government. I can't think we're there yet in terms of the migrants coming over. Recommendations I would make in terms of this is how I see things. We use the word back, people who are 5 years. But I can tell you this, even if you're in the UK for 20 years, you are still a Japa person. You don't leave that because we're always learning. I mean, for me, I don't 20 years, 25 years. I deal with clients who are new and I deal with clients who are old. And you'll be so surprised. Some of us still fall into the same things, mistakes that you will not expect people who have been here 20, 25 years to make. And you may think you've crossed that 5-year, 10-year mark, and then all of a sudden your children bring you out. It could be that your children are dealing with issues. So, recommendations I would say is, let's keep learning, keep learning, keep learning. Some of us are just in for the money. I want to go to work, I want to take shifts, I want to take hours. It's not enough. You came to the UK to integrate, not to just be, I take money, I send to Nigeria, I take money, I send to Nigeria. Make sure. And so, another gap I noticed is that we send our kids to school, but the gap between parents and kids are like this. And you've lost them. You've lost them. And when you have a meeting with social services, your kids are saying something else. You are far away from what they are saying. And that's the end of that family. It's gone. It's gone. So the men especially, we just need to leave it for the women. Leave it for the women. But I tell you, that's the damage to the family. So as your kids are learning, even what they're browsing, some cases that have come to me, you see some of these kids, the things they are watching online, the kind of abuse taking. So some of us don't even know what parental controls on our internet. We pay for broadband, we don't know what parental controls, we don't put them in. So gaps we create. My child is in school, but these children are at 10, they know more about your phone than you. But come on, we didn't come here to lose them. And that's one gap. And especially for couples as well. Breakdown relationships. It just breaks down. Why? The wife is working like he described. 2 hours. And before you know, in 5 years, 7 years, the marriage is crumbled. So again, that gap operates in relationship with our spouses. And when issues come, you see that it doesn't hold anymore. Gap-wise, saving, we need to save. Respect for the law. Respect for the law. Some of us think I can drive now. Insurance. I know no need. But by the time you get one conviction, get another conviction, that affects your indefinite leave, that affects when you want to apply for British passport. All of this impacts on your settlement in the UK. So again, I say respect for the law. Don't push yourself to say, I can just do it. Let me just drive. Carrying 5 kids in the car. Let me just say, Mama Fumi, take one more child. Please will not say, okay, you are going school run. The car is overloaded. You're already getting a traffic offense. So those are respect for the law. And then some other thing I would say is participate in the politics of the society. Most of us, we don't vote. We don't vote. How relevant that could be. It may come to a time when you're applying for your state. They say, okay, how have you integrated in this society? Some of us are showing bank account, oh, I work 20 hours, 40 hours, 60 hours. But you've not registered to vote, you've not voted at all. And know what Labour is saying. Are you a member of even a political party? Because sometimes I've used that to my clients where I'm trying to show, look, my client has so well integrated in the society. They are registered card carrying members of this political party. They voted in this. As little as you think that doesn't matter, it matters. And also know that there are legal resources that are open to you. These are my recommendations. Legal resources. The CAB, there are a lot of charities, and yourself is a charitable group. A lot of charities in the UK that will help you pay for your legal fees, help you provide advice. Legal clinics, Kano does legal clinics as well. Lawyers open there. And we would, as simple as it sounds, some of us will have a police stop. Shut your mouth, just ask for a lawyer. Because you think that meeting with the police can open up a whole, just ask for a lawyer. You know, someone they can ask for, let me just speak to the police. And before you know, you've condemned yourself. So I say, keep your mouth quiet. And even if it's social services, they want to interview you. Let me just explain myself. Just get a lawyer, please. You call an association you belong to, call your church, say, please, I have an interview with the social services, but I need a lawyer, I need advice first. Because you go in there, you say things you're not going to say, and before you know, families are in problem, families are issues. Those are my recommendations.
That's what I saw you doing. I think, yeah, Nigeria may not be there yet with regards to maybe bilateral relations with the with UK. But if $25 billion remittance, and I'm sure Britain, UK, Java people have a significant chunk in that.
Over 5 billion.
Yeah. So it probably is in the interest of Nigeria, in the interest of Nigerian house that are investing to ensure that Nigerians who are here integrate well, know what to say. Don't use words like that. Thank you so much, panelists. I'm going to spare you my asking the questions, and we're going to turn this to the audience. And for the next 15 minutes, we just want to get the audience to share if they've got any questions for the panel. If you've got a question, when you stand up, tell us who you want to ask the question, or if you're throwing it open to the panelists, which includes Samson as well as Lancelot online. Please, as much as possible, 1 minute for your questions or your contribution. And forgive me if I try to cut you off. I'm only doing that with kindness and empathy for the general event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My question is to everyone on the panel, because I've seen a nexus with everyone saying they came to the UK because of the difficulties of Nigeria. So I want to ask, is Japa the euphemism for Nigeria as a failed state? And let's just oppose that to immigration and immigration. So people come to the UK and people are leaving the UK because of some of the concerns, true or not, that we espouse here. Oh, we can't feed in. People internalizing racism because they want to be like a white person. So I want the panel to like, take your opinion. Is Japa euphemism, and are we also internalizing racism because we want to fit into this country?
Thank you so much, but just go as we progress. If you don't mind, just one question. And I'm just going to say there are two questions there. Maybe one person wants to take one of them. Is Japa euphemism for the failed Nigerian state, or are we internalizing racism? What's that?
Let me take the second one.
Okay.
So the points that Samson made, if you're coming for a purpose. Why are you coming? Right? So first of all, you don't have to know why you're coming. And if you're not a tree, I always say, you're not a tree. If you come here and you find out that your aspirations are not being met, you're a Nigerian. You can go back home. So nobody is forcing you to be here. But if you're here and you're coming here for a purpose, then you have to persevere and figure out how to manage the scenario you found yourself in, right? So internalized racism, I don't know that that should be a reason to stay. I think we should always know what you're trying to achieve and understand that, a good example, that you're bargaining with a particular person and ignoring the noise. So what are you trying to achieve? Are you taking steps in that direction? There's always a discrimination. Look, when we get back home, it's not called racism or discrimination, it's called tribalism. So as long as you're with human beings, there's always going to be something that's not working out. But that singular focus on your goals and figure out how to manage your goals and learn your society. You're coming into another country, learn the culture of that country and figure out how to make it work. Otherwise, there are options. That's my opinion. So I don't know if that applies and if it works.
Yes, I will take that because it's only like that to people of my age group. Yes. Now, the reason I would say that is if you're going to answer that politically on a political science perspective, yes, Nigeria is a failed state. But then if we have to look at it from the reality of it, it is more of a situation of where we have, and I'll use the word of worry, lazy Nigerian youths. Now, most of the look at the population in Nigeria, we have a lot of youths. And based on everything that they've been seeing online and what they market to them, are looking for the fastest possible way to make money. That is one. Another thing there is, in Nigeria, unlike in the Western world whereby there's regulation, Nigerians don't even love each other. If petrol goes up by 10 naira today, if they sell table water 15 naira, it means petrol is going up 10 naira. Somebody somewhere that is not affected by that is raising their price to 100 naira. And it's easy for us to blame the government. So even once Nigeria is a failed state, I would not totally agree with it. I think the problem is we as Nigerians need to go back to our own personal drawing boards and do our own part. And then we can now see if Nigerians will be going back to Nigeria or they'll decide to stay. And the present example, just to wrap this up, will be if you're looking at the old Ghana, whereby a lot of them, and even Cotonou, would come to Nigeria to work. But as of last year, that was in Cotonou, everybody has gone back. I'm part Beninese, and I can tell you that my uncle was telling me that for them to buy Salaram last year, they came to Nigeria from Cotonou to buy Salaram for you to know how it is. So I think we all as Nigerians need to go back and do our own quota, then let's see what happens there. Thank you.
Hi. My question is for, I don't know which of me. My name is Dr. John Akumaboy, GP in the UK here. I want to bring it back home because I've heard this from lots of people I know who are going through and just gone through the process. A lot of them were sold a dream. They were sold a dream when they left Nigeria that there was plenty of work here, especially not restricted to, but especially the care sector. Now, I know quite a few of our Nigerian families who have come here with the expectation that there's work, and there's no work. And they're kind of tied to that whole thing. And I just wanted, I don't know which, I wanted to know if there was any advice that you could give these immigrants who are caught in that trap, and they only find out when they get here. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Vice Governor Moody, then if you have an opportunity to speak, you can.
Thank you very much for that question. I touched on that briefly during my presentation. I will try and make it brief. So my first answer is yes, there's a lot of opportunity in the care sector. Yes, I represent a lot of care homes who till date are still asking skilled workers from that. Yes, the problem is a lot of people want to pay literally peanuts to come here, like you said, their soul the dream. I'll give just one scenario. Someone called me from Nigeria. Right? Someone is offering him to buy COS, which shouldn't be sold. I need to say that. Buy COS for 5,000 pounds, equivalent in naira. And I told him there and then on the call, I said, you will not get a job. I said, they are selling you the right into the country and they will leave you high and dry. He didn't believe me. Brought his family because, and the person who got the deal told him a very clear and ambiguous English. You didn't pay for work, you paid to Japa. Now, a lot of them will not tell you the truth. That's why they're in the best they are in. There's still work, there's still a lot of work.
Is there any recourse that they can, now that they're in that trap?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I have to do this, but sorry, please. I apologize. It's okay. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Bishani. The governor of the Hope. I've been here for over 2 decades. I've been through everything, through immigration, through detention. I stood on existing protocol addressing Amanda when she was around. The Home Office did not activate that protocol. Then we got into a nasty fight. It was a very long battle for over 8 years. Then we apologized through a written letter. Now, I've seen a lot of Chinese going back to their countries, going back to contribute a lot into the economy and giving back to them. What is it that we can do here to organize ourselves very well to contribute back? Because a lot of people come here, there's no exit strategy. You come here, there's no way back. I just spent 2 years in Nigeria. This youth they wake up in the morning, no work, nothing. They're just roaming the street. So we need to get better organized at bringing, about job opportunities back home. I'm doing my best. I have a project going on right now. I'm trying to, create that impact in a better society. Nigeria is our home. That's where we feel very, very comfortable. We must contribute back to that society. It's our home.
I will not say what I'm doing. It's not yet skilled up, but when we talk about youth waking up and they don't have something to do, we have to realize that Nigerians are hard workers and they can do anything that they get to do. So to the point of being developing business, we could come together and take advantage of the exchange rates. I said, look, if somebody is looking for 250,000 naira to start a business, that's about 100,000. So we can actually decide that we want to put ourselves together and fund maybe skills acquisition, enterprise development, seed money for youth and maybe able to get sponsorship. That's what I do. I don't know if anybody knows.
To add to what you said, I would first of all like to appreciate you that having been here for that long, you have decided to go back and give back to the Nigerian society. It's something that I do not believe, this is my personal opinion, I do not believe that there's any human being that is above ground, that is, you're not 6 feet below, you're not dead, that cannot be productive. I don't believe it. Blind, lame, leprous, dumb, deaf, crippled, everybody is productive. So if a person chooses not to be productive, it's a personal choice. It's a personal choice. So when we say there are youths that are doing nothing, I'm sorry, I don't find that as a fact. If I am in Nigeria and I do not want to be a being, I do not want to work with a refuse disposal company, but I come in the UK and I want to work in the council and be picking refuse, it's the same job. I just chose not to do it at home. There are opportunities in Nigeria, and individuals choose not to do it. So when someone says that these youths are jobless, I'm sorry, I do not agree. They have chosen, like he rightly said, and I agree with you when you said that, I was nodding my head. They're looking for the fast way out. That's the problem. Not that there are no opportunities. Opportunities exist. Now, I give an example. There was a time way back when people would go to quarries and borrow pits. Young men would leave university. Their undergraduates go to the quarries and borrow pits to work, hard work, to earn money, to come back to the university to earn a degree. I doubt if any undergraduate knows their way to a borrow pit now in Nigeria. It's choice. It's choice. So if the choice, we need to make them understand that that fast money that they are thinking about, it will never come. You need to put in the work. You are deceived by social media, where I am not on social media, but I have the opportunity to see. There was something that was trending. I know it will amuse everybody here, where someone says that Lamborghini is the return for sexual favors now in Nigeria. Yes, it was very popular.
Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago.
Now, why would anybody in their right mind, in their right mind, believe a Lamborghini in any society is an expensive vehicle? It's a very, very expensive vehicle. Why would anybody in their right mind expect that they will get that in exchange for what? I'm sorry, no insult intended, is readily available. It doesn't make sense. So, the problem Nigerian youth, they want to get so much for doing nothing. And that's my solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are TikTok influencers. There's a TikTok influencer, and what she does is that she makes and she videos herself where she's doing that, and she's doing it live. There's a TikTok influencer, what she does, I think she's in somewhere in Port Harcourt. She goes to a borough pit and collects plastics. And she actually does training. She does training for people. So what you made a very great point to say it's a choice thing. I also think that we who are in the diaspora, we can also influence by saying that's an example of empowerment back then. That's because even these are people who we can actually take to United Nations for them to talk about the things they're doing for the climate. We're just going to take one more. I'm really sorry. Okay, so they've empowered me to do two. Please, not 1 minute or 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
Starts now.
For those of us that were born here. This is not just a story one. Does anyone intend to go back to Nigeria?
Yes.
And that is a problem. That is a problem. None of us do that. No. because this is my personal opinion, but I think that it will be helpful if you guys can, discuss it as well. I think the situation in Nigeria is deliberate. We just talked about the billions that we spent to come here. We just talked about how the NHS is benefiting from the effort, especially in Nigeria. I think there's a deliberate plan by this country, make Nigeria the way it is, because people that live in Nigeria are the best of the best. When we come here, we put in the best. We need the work, the past. It's our people that we live in Nigeria, and if Nigeria is going to get better, no. Things we are going to do. I mean, these guys are on for 2 years. Why do you do that? No, stay there.
Please, God, 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm going to come back. I'll just take note of what it is. As you mentioned, please, the moderator has asked for your good minutes. So if you just forgive me, we'll come after the road, please. Dr. Bina.
Thank you very much for the creative session. My name is Dr. Reverend, pediatrician here. Part of my job is dealing with families. So even though the children are my core patients, but the people I deal with more are the anxious parents with these kids who can't express themselves. I just wanted to tie everything back to the reason why we're here, which is linking this whole stuff to families and the woman who comes here. We've talked about how it affects marriages, unions, and all that. I'm just thinking, was there any way that you can clear the air about the disparity or the challenge where people misinterpret dependent visa versus being dependent? Because some people think when they're on a dependent visa, they get egotistical about it and they just feel like, I'm wondering if that's sponsored by my spouse, not knowing the powers that they have being on that visa. So for example, if you were a student, or if your spouse is a student, and you come here on a dependent visa, you actually do have more opportunity to work more hours than your spouse. But they get egotistical and simply say, because I'm your dependent. And then it's one of the things that causes this rancor in families. So I think it's important that we try to tease this out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know everyone has asked one person here. Yeah, if you can, 10 seconds, sorry. No, I'm going to take everything together. Sorry, I hope that's okay. Sorry.
The regards to seriously, there's something that was question was asked that one party here is possible. For those who are stuck, sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. For those who are stuck in the position where they've come on the COS and sold the box, basically, come over here, they've got no job, stuck here, they've got 2 years to stay and everything. What's your advice? Is any part of the pathways actually making their life better and trying to change that? Because it's affected so many people. I think it's very, very important part of what we're having here, that sort of advice is given. So people who are stuck in that position actually examine who's going to what to do to get out of that spot.
Thank you so much. So there are 3 questions. There's the dependent and dependent. There's the statement by Mr. Chu that we're not going anywhere. Mr. Charles has talked about what are the options for those people. I don't know which one you take one and take it.
In relation to your question, simply when you make an application for a visa, you the main applicant is what the Home Office is looking at. And you would have shown your funds that you have your funds. They are not interested in what your dependent is going to do. Whether I get a job in IT and makes £1 million. So this, of course, if you are dependent, feel you are enjoying. But if it's a couple and you come to an arrangement to say, please help support me, that's your decision. But like I said, the Home Office is interested in the main applicants. So that in relation to COS, they should seek legal advice, because simply if you get here, there's no job for you, get legal advice and switch sponsor. That's the only way. Switch sponsor. And what's the next one? And in terms of we're not going anywhere. I do believe we're not going anywhere. I do believe that. And I say this for a reason. I say it. When I stepped into this country, I said to myself, in 10 years I'm going back, in 15 years, in 20 years, and I'm still here. Now, the question is this. I heard people's opinion here. I'm one who strongly believe Nigeria is a fake state. It's a fake state. Let's not deceive ourselves. We all run here, we're all staying here, you're working in the NHS. If you are not creating the environment for people to work, you forget it. Let's not criminalize these young ones. They are not struggling, they are not so. If you are disabled in Nigeria, you're out. If you have the learning disability, you're out. You can't get a job. You have the first class, you can't get a job. So what are we talking about? Is it the justice system? Is it what the police is doing? It's a fake state. Let's not deceive ourselves. Well, here I can talk about if someone discriminates against me, suing them in court. Why can I say that? Because there's judiciary here, there's justice here. There's no justice in Nigeria. We make this case of Nigeria is one because we see 1 million in we see 1 million in Nigeria. We don't have a point. We don't have a point. That's honestly. We don't have a contract. You can't drive from Lagos to Ibadan at 2 a.m. What I can do to Manchester or Glasgow. What are we talking about? Is it the police you call on? And then let me go to why I say we're all here. Now, I had that dream. I'll go back to Nigeria. But when my dad was ill, had a heart attack at about 12 o'clock, 12:01, you can't call an emergency services. Died at home. Will it happen here? So what are we talking about? You don't have an NHS system. You don't have it. You can't even from your house. He had the money. He's okay. But and my mom was sick too as well. So when we talk about Nigeria, let me tell you, even for those who have the money, what are they getting? You are a millionaire. What are you truly getting? It's a fake state. Thank you.
Excuse me. The panelists are making their concluding statements. Please, can we just continue that respect given them so far, please?
I appreciate the passion with which you delivered your closing statement, and I'm afraid I don't agree. I am the convener of the Global Albinism Support Initiative in Nigeria. We started out in Nigeria. Today I'm proud to say we covered most of West Africa, where we provide free sunscreen and pay for surgeries for members who unfortunately are suffering from campus sarcoma. We've been doing that for 9 years. Now, while we have been doing that, we have encountered multiple opportunities. Before I relocated to the UK, I lived in Africa, and I would drive to Edo State, which is my home state, every Friday, and I would drive back to Abuja every Sunday. I did that every weekend for 4 years. 4 years, every weekend. I did 1 weekend for 4 years. Now, I saw the road go bad. I saw my journey then started, it was 3 hours, 47 minutes, 4 hours. I got to a point I was doing 9 hours. Wow. I saw the roads go bad, right? I lost the car on that trip, right? So I agree with you. You cannot, the way you can get up and drive to Manchester is not as convenient in Nigeria. I agree. However, Nigerians, and I'm happy we have in the audience Nigerian medical professionals. I'm very sure they can testify that their services are in high demand in Nigeria. There is a client of mine who was on the waiting list on the NHS here for surgery. He went back to Calabar and had his surgery done by professionals from the United Kingdom. So if you can afford it, anywhere in the world, including the United Kingdom, you get the best medical attention, if you can afford it. He was here on the NHS list, he was waiting, but he could afford to pay them in Nigeria, they gave him the surgery. He's back in the UK, very ill and very hard. Now, my point is, Nigeria, in my opinion, is not a full state. I still operate a law firm in Nigeria, right? I have an NGO in Nigeria. I agree things are tough, but it's not enough for us to give up hope. I don't agree it's enough to give up hope. I live here, right? My child is British, right? He's never been to Nigeria. He has never been to Nigeria. We have reasons why he never been to Nigeria. Because like we all know, he's the low-hanging fruit for kidnapping. So that's why we don't take it. You know, I agree with you at some certain point. That's I know you're responding to action. So I don't think Nigeria is that bad. Please give up on Nigeria. Yes, the points you raise are valid, very valid, but it's not that bad. We can, like I said, I acknowledge it's been done. And if we all It will get better. It's a systemic generation. Don't give up.
We don't give up.
No, we don't.
I won't go on the panel. No, this is perfect. For the topic of today, I think we should all realize that we're here. We're supposed to be focused. Key takeaway is the common issues, common problems. Reach out to your community, talk about your issues, seek help, and you have experts that can help you. So that's my roundup here.
Well, thank you so much to the panelists. We're going to take from something
Yeah, so I would just say for me, it is like what you said, developing yourself as an individual, getting to know yourself. What do I need to do to get from point A to point B? And I feel like by the time you're able to identify that gap, then you know what you should do. Either stay here or going on because what's best for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, thank you. Key takeaways, self-awareness, balance expectation and realities, get informed, invest in yourself back home, invest in yourself when you come here, seek legal advice, don't go for the free one, let my cousin advise me when they go and for me days ago. And very, very importantly, for business gentlemen, very, very importantly for organizations, for CANO, for National Association of Sea Dogs, the question remains, beyond this talk show, what are you doing to ensure that we empower migrants with the right information? What are we doing to continue putting pressure on the government, to continue also whichever things we can do to help achieve what the President of Africa talked about? If we transform the economy of the country, then potentially more people will go back and come here. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Yes, let me try this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one house. I know we are all. I know we are all very. One house. I can see that, surprisingly, we spend some time here, but everybody seems to be engaged. A lot of people want to talk. Honestly, I've been blown away. I don't know about you, I've been blown away by the quality of the panel we have. It's been wonderful. Please, another hand of honestly, we probably be knocking on your doors again. So we have a saying in amongst ourselves. How we say the reward for good work. Small work. So we're going to have to call on you guys again. This has been amazing. I think we've had a very brilliant day. So thank you again. Thank you so much. At the beginning, we somewhere through our program, we were able to acknowledge two ladies who were in transit. One of them I know is here now, and the other, her husband, is here. So I would once again please call on Dr. Patrick to please join us. And I think Dr. Patrick alone will be fine to join us so that we can present the awards. And we have our Director of Projects here with us in the person of Chukwu. So please, ladies, thank you very much. The purpose of this, the reason why we're here is International Women's Day. We must always remember that. And it's an opportunity again for us, like I said, to say thank you to the ladies that have come, that have supported us through this whole process years back. We haven't had the opportunity to do that, but that is what this is about. Some of you don't have been here when we did the initial presentation. So please, if you hear your name, the one lady that has come in, that has done marvelously for us. Again, one of the people that if he was allowed, we would drag them into this association. Yes. She'd be wonderful. So good.
Thank you very much. And once again, I thank you guys for being down here for this long. Remember I said where we are today is a part in a journey. And that journey, even after today, is going to continue. Happy with all the quality of people we had at the round table. Remember, we are launching a project today. And from the depth of knowledge we have here, and from all the networks we've got today, from Kanu to everyone, we know we're going to get the responses that we need. But to get to this point, we started somewhere. And one of the first in the series was what I said before, which was the Japanese, the impact of drugs, alcohol, and substance abuse on the Japanese journey. And somebody touched on it today. Gabriel touched on it today when he talked about keeping on the right side of the law. So one lady who gave us a wonderful presentation, I can remember when she finished her presentation, everyone stood and we were standing until she sat down. That lady is Claudette. I hope I got it well.
You tried.
Gave us a presentation about everything that goes on with you. If you don't keep on the right side of the law, Gabriel has just come today to hit the nail on the head again. She's a lawyer, a community leader, mentor, wife, mother, and owner of several businesses. Specialized in immigration, family, and property law. She's also a guru in the entertainment industry and has contributed immensely to promoting Christian and Nigerian entertainment in the UK and Ireland. Claudette is the founder and current chairperson of the Nigerian community in Northampton, a group created to look after the well-being of Nigerians resident in Northamptonshire. Claudette is passionate about the quality of life of Nigerians in diaspora and has been using her passion for quality entertainment as a vehicle for campaigns, attending to issues that impact the quality and value of life of Nigerians and the Black community. Claudette is also the executive producer of a short film she made to launch a dementia awareness campaign in 2021. This film is being shown around the nations to raise dementia awareness. Claudette continues to use her skills and passion to raise awareness and look after the social life of all. Claudette is happily married to Bemiwa, and they are blessed with 4 lovely children. Go ahead now, do this invitation. And the long coming, we had to wait for her. We didn't want to give it to anybody that wanted to come in and stand for her. We wanted it today herself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last of the 4, but not the least, unfortunately, she couldn't be here for some personal circumstances, but I'm sure she would have been here even before anybody. That person is Caroline Amirebe. In our last year, she gave a presentation around issues of maternity and maternity pay around women in our cities, equalizing inequalities. And in that presentation, we were shocked. The men there were shocked by how much we were getting away with. And I think everybody went from there feeling quite lucky that we didn't have to be the ones that would give birth to children. And we understood how much they do and how much they are important, way more than we did that day. I would invite Caroline, but she's going to be represented, so I will give a citation while the person is sitting. So Caroline is social advocate, mother, entrepreneur, and businesswoman. Founder of Low Carb and Keto Bakery, UK-based Keto Bakery. Born of German and Greek descent, she obtained her undergraduate degree education in Germany before proceeding to study psychology at Open University. She hopes to complete her doctorate in child psychology at King's College London. And like I said, the topic she did that day was addressing gender inequality in the UK workforce, the perspectives of a career-oriented woman. So we'll invite the husband, Dr. Obinna Anurewe, to come and play the video. Well, that's it for the award. Yeah. So like we said when we started, before we do the closing remarks, which will be done by, he will introduce, who will do the closing remarks. But like I said, you have to remember, this is the beginning of the journey. We are launching this thing today. And for us to succeed in what we are doing, or what we intend to do, we need people like Gabriel, we need people like Tokonia, we need people like Momodu, we need Dekano, we need you that have gone to Nigeria the past 2 years and seen everything, and we need everybody here. Because we want to have 1,000 responses. Because what we do in this organization is we do things, we get the data, we analyze the data, we do a peer review, and we then go into advocacy. And for us to do that advocacy, for us to create that platform, we have to know the data that we've got. So we are hoping that when we reach out to you, you will help us to reach these people that you work with. It's going to be anonymous. You fill in the forms, answer the questions, and then we're able to distill those things and work with it. So thank you for being here today, and we hope to work with you in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judy. And Chukwu. So it's corrected because you have two of them. The other one is Chukwu, but wants to be called Judy. So we can I think yeah, you have to, yeah, sure. I think the atmosphere has been amazing. The atmosphere has been wonderful. Honestly, this has been brilliant. And I think it will not be out of place to once again say thank you to the panelists. The quality was wonderful. I'm sure we quickly a few notes of some of the people who have come in here to talk to us and also identify some of the things they do. And I'm sure we're reaching out to you, like Chukwu said. Please engage when we do reach out. We have honestly been blown away. To kind of get us to the point where we, the next thing on the agenda really is to close, and that will be done. That will be done by our president. We call him the captain of our deck, Magna Carta, the person of Dr. Chukwu. I think it's very important to remember why we did what we did, which was the panel and the discussions they had, and thanks to Chiemeka Uzumba for really kind of organizing that and walking through the framework of that discussion. Today is International Women's Day, and the theme is for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment. It also emphasizes the urgent need to uphold the rights of migrants, displaced, and diaspora women and girls, ensuring they have equal opportunities to shape their future. We talked about culture and energy, a lot around respect where you are, respect for the law. We've talked about, someone has given us a real life experience of his engagement with tribunal, discussions around discrimination and meritocracy. We've talked about opportunities and disadvantages. I've talked about Nigeria as a failed state. So I'm being kind of rushed through this. So I would like to invite Chukwudi, Kapun, Magna Carta Deck, to come and wrap up the Walk 347 event today. Thank you very much.
Very much. Our distinguished guests, our speakers. I will not take our time because I know we are running out of time. But just to say add an additional layer of thank you, because you have done justice to the topic of the day. There's nothing else we can add. Like my friend also mentioned here, we have gone around the whole spectrum from the beginning to the end. There's nothing else we can add apart from just say thank you very much. Unfortunately, not for us, but for the presenters, because you have done this very fantastic, very wonderful job, you definitely will be coming back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to say on behalf of the National Association of Sea Dogs, aka Paris Confraternity, the Magna Carta Deck, we want to say a very big thank you. And I think they deserve a standing ovation, don't they? Just have to say on behalf of all of us, it is a night very well spent. Say thank you, good night, and God bless you. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. What would you?